All right. So for me, it is currently 4:13 p.m. on the 21st of July. For Finn over in Ohio, it is currently 7:13 or close to it. And then, well, for all of the gentlemen, all the boys over in To the Grave over in Australia, dude, it is later morning for them. So it's about 9:13 a.m. for them now. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between. This is probably one of the most profound full circle moments for what was originally the Anatomy podcast, now the Anatomy Crosscast, basically utilizing the last name of my stage name and basically just making a statement that we intend to make this a global domination, deep underground counterculture music history podcast talking to metal bands, slam bands, deathcore bands, dark folk bands, maybe one day pop punk bands from all corners of the globe. Now, again, To the Grave is actually the first ever band we hosted. And ironically, Jack Simioni, he was with us that time, but I did not know how the fuck to activate Facecam. And then we also hosted former member Tom Cadden. He's doing his own thing now. It is an incredible time for this show as To the Grave has announced their third full-length record, Everyone's a Murderer, which will be releasing via Unique Leader Records at the tail end of August. We will also be doing an early album listening session, but keep in mind, this is a disclaimer for everyone in chat too, this podcast will not be uploading at least until the premiere day of this album, therefore not leaking music ahead of time because that would be a dick move, and we've never done that before. We're not starting now. Out of respect for the artist, out of respect for the label, and to sustain the integrity of this show, right? This is an early access listen for speaking for what will be the front to back session for Everyone's a Murderer. It's not within the cards, and we have no intentions of just leaking out this shit. That's dumb. And it's going to be a great album. I love that compared to the previous records and the previous album covers, this one is a lot darker. It has a lot more menacing imagery. The album cover, I would say, reminds me of Cannibal Corpse, or even some of the legends deep-rooted into death metal history thus far. So, for starters, let's get a first impression. Of course, for the gentleman over in To the Grave, again, it's 9:15 a.m. now. How are we all doing?
Here, I'm just making a coffee.
Good, mate.
Good.
Ready to go. Thanks for having us.
Yes, of course. And of course, the pleasure, the luxury, the opportunity, and appreciating the opportunity is on me and Finn's end, as if nothing else, we are both big fans of To the Grave, have been since the very beginning. I think more specifically, too, if I'm recalling this correctly, To the Grave was actually the first ever awkward birthday present in pre-ordering physicals for Global Warning, including the 4x4 wall flag and I think a shirt or even a beanie that I used to have. I remember asking my aunt based over in Texas, shout out to Aunt Missy, I was like, hey, this is what I want, right? This is what I want for my birthday. And she's like, why is there a track called Lips and Assholes? I'm like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. You know? And since then, you know, they To the Grave has made absolutely ginormous strides, signing to Unique Leader Records back in 2021, which is really, that was the reason we had them on in the first place. But we didn't have the structure that we do now. We didn't have the marketing strategy of providing a more authentic, more intimate National Geographic David Attenborough-esque commentary where we learn about these people person by person as much as possible with the time that they can offer about their stories as musicians. And then in the second half, treat them all as if they're one band, as if they're one entity, lyrically dissect their newest and upcoming release, and then kind of move on from there. Now, with records up to 4.5 hours, our intention to respect these gentlemen's time will be to compact all of that information as much as possible, as we have, well, maybe as of 10 or 20 minutes ago, we have sent the questionnaire, the new structured, new sophisticated questionnaire over to these gentlemen. That way, if nothing else, they have some time while certain members are asking or answering the questions first. The other members have an allotted amount of time to kind of think and ferment upon the answers to these questions that they wish to offer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fuck.
That was a weird one, but everybody, welcome back to what will be essentially a bigger part of the show. So we already did the album listening session for To the Grave's new third-length album, Everyone's a Murderer, coming out at the tail end of August through Unique Leader Records. Awesome record, one of my top deathcore albums of the year, whether it be because I happen to listen to it with the band or not. It's really good. It reminds me of Spite with the prolific "This is to the grave, bitch." Those moments in the album. Those are what kind of stand out to me, is when you kind of have that punk, we are this, fuck you. Like, those moments are always really, really fun. And like Dane and the rest of the guys said, it was a really fun album to write. But
Man, Sean gets it. He gets
it. I know I'm going to be doing that with my own project, just like Blind. Yeah, Blind Cult, Blind Initiative, Blind Worldwide, whatever.
Yeah.
But now we dig into the David Attenborough section of this podcast, where, if you haven't heard the story of all of these great Australian musicians, whether on the Garza podcast or on other shows in general, if you haven't heard them there, you'll hear them here. So, that should be pretty fun. And perhaps this will offer, not to be competitive, right? Not to compare, but simply said, maybe this will offer you deeper background, news stories that you haven't heard on those other shows, if you are as big a fan of To the Grave as you might be tuning into the show once it does release. But I have provided the gentleman the questionnaire, so we'll go ahead and immediately get that pulled up without wasting any more of anyone's time, really. And we'll go ahead and jump right into part one, people. Whoever wishes to start, and of course, welcome back to everybody.
Hey, bro.
Whoever wishes to start first may. As question one says, take 10 to 20 minutes. Tell us your story as a person becoming a musician and eventually joining To the Grave. And then we will proceed from that point.
I got you. Shotgun. Let me slide in first on this. So
Go ahead.
I'll say it was around 2014 is a good measure of when all this kicked off. See, I was running shows locally in Sydney for my band to kind of get my my little garage backyard band just in pockets, playing with other bands and whatever, in other mouths. That was my method. And I guess that quickly changed after I did like this stupid big festival, Kill All Your Friends festival. Anyone in Sydney would probably remember it. It was, if you were around that time, it was like we did what we could, and I think this will come back later. You don't see a lot of this anymore. It was like I got more or less given whatever space I could to run this big space and this big time slot to fit as many bands and as much like shit as I could with a very small budget. So I did, and we ended up with like 19 bands or something on one stage. There was a clusterfuck of delays that day. Long story short, big free festival in a car park that I met these guys at because they played.
Mm-hmm.
They were at pretty much the same level, I guess, as my band, just kind of kicking things off.
Mm-hmm.
But they had a record done with their vocalist, who had to leave. Basically, his life situations. So they more or less, we just picked at each other's band, and then that kicked. I went and I think Matt hit me up and said, "Do I know any vocalists?" And it was like, I fucking, yeah, like kinda. So went and did a rehearsal and kind of just realized that everyone else was fucking lame. Like, there were other people that were trying out, but it was like they're not really like trying, and I don't know if any of them really rocked up. So that kicked that off, and then pretty soon after that, like they had that record done. I played a few shows with them to like promote that little record that we then buried because it's ugly. And then we, wish we had that same approach with our very first single, Born Dead, which we did together like 2015 or something.
Yep.
Then, yeah, that was just kind of us wanting to do, like, we'd been in little bands for years, just playing shows and doing shit. We wanted to actually make a deathcore song. So we did. And then, followed that up just over the next year, played a shitload of shows around Sydney and all that, released our little No Lives Matter EP, which was I guess that year 2014 to 15 16, I guess we took a minute to fucking do that because we were playing again. If you're in Australia around that time, you'd know we were doing everything and playing everywhere, which obviously everything worked out, but like my thought at the time was we should be just releasing more music, so we ended up doing the EP. But the burnout from, I guess, all those shows and all that grind, and just so many members wanting to do live shit, we kind of split right after that, which seemed right at the time for a few years. And yeah, charged things back up after that. I don't know if that's a good spot to like end that thing, like entry and ramp up.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think something that typically other shows wouldn't have you do is, if you want to briefly talk about kind of like what ended up getting you first into music in the first place, like before you joined any bands, before you really got involved in the scene, as that would be more or less question 3. Like, what were the first couple records that you picked up? Who gave you those records? Because oftentimes it's a father, a friend, a brother, that type of shit. And it'd be like, whoa, this Slipknot record's pretty sick. And then like you start wanting to be more involved. You develop into this person that can move independently and go to shows and be in bands, be in projects, that type of shit.
Yeah, good. So I guess what kicked that off, I hated music more or less because when I was a kid, right? When I was a kid. Now this will get leaders there, but when I was a kid, I didn't really. My sister really liked music, and my older sister would play it all the time. Like, I know I'm using music loosely, but like, My Chemical Romance, that kind of shit, would play all the time, and I just had no real interest in it. I didn't even like. I guess the closest thing you'd find me fucking with, like his early days, was like Eminem, Akon, whatever the hell. I don't know. I wasn't, because I didn't have my own independent music taste really. It was just fucking. And then wrestling hit me like a fucking 18 wheeler. Yeah, so there were very key moments there. I think in general, what year? I remember sitting down in front of the TV once, and it was when I was a kid, and I have the most graphic memory of Kane lighting JR on fire. Just like my mum walking out and being like, "What the fuck is this? This is only like 3 p.m. There's some dude rolling around on fire." And anyway, then he walked out to the ring, and it was like it's Finger 11, and there was like my brain heard the riff for the first time and went, "Oh, that's good."
Yep.
And then everything up, bro. Randy Orton, like, come on, CM Punk, everything just pummeled me for the next, like, that was what, 2005.
Okay.
And then. Okay, well, I guess, thinking back, the first CD that I was ever bought for me, John Cena and Thugonomics.
I was listening to that last night.
Yeah, I believe it's the self-titled. It's just got the WWE belt on the cover. Phenomenal record for a WWE superstar. Anyway, that kicked me off. So then little pivotal moments, I think, because Power Man 5000 were all over the wrestling. So the first time I had $7 and went to a school fair, they had a CD thing, and I found a fucking Power Man 5000 CD, bought that, and I still like that album's still heavy as fuck today. Like a lot of that shit. Yeah. So I don't know. I think those are the kind of, like, wrestling definitely did it to me. And then that led me to, so what I can remember, it was like 2005 fucking one of the pay-per-views had Mudvayne on them. Again, one of the more heavier ones. And then right after that, I think I was getting older. I was going into high school, and Saw 2. I wasn't even going to high school. I was primary school still, but Saw 2 came out. And as soon as the credits hit in Saw 2, Mudvayne starts playing.
Yeah.
And bro, like that again, like hit me like a fucking brick when that happened. It was like, okay, this is it. So
Yeah.
I think it was those for me.
Right. For me, it's fascinating too, because not only did you end up getting into music for the sake of getting into music, but you instead approached it differently, and you were more about, okay, I definitely need something visual that matches the gritty, dark, brutal, heavy aesthetic of what I'm listening to. And then you found WWE with Finger 11 playing in the background, playing on them podium speakers, and then movie soundtracks. If you can't get into music on its own, and per se you never get the opportunity to watch certain music videos that also just scratch that itch in your brain the right way and kickstart a whole new chapter of your life, then it's definitely going to be movie soundtracks. I know before I got into metal, dude, I was so in love with the How to Train Your Dragon soundtracks, the soundtracks. Like, I don't care what anybody has to say. When you listen to those soundtracks, you listen to those songs, and you hear those bagpipes and the big old keg drums and stuff, like it gives me chills every time. It's engaging, you know.
I will say, Sean, on all that, man. Yeah, like soundtracks specifically, didn't even really like think about that. But dude, I think I could speak for like most of us. I'm not sure exactly how old you are, Sean, but like I think that does play into it a lot. There was a specific time growing up, man, where every game, every fucking movie had like Disturbed, Slipknot, all these games, like American Pie, even, dude. The first three were like were punk soundtracks. Like
Triple X soundtrack was the first time I heard Hatebreed.
Okay.
That was the coolest shit.
I heard the
movie snowboarding down a mountain to like sick riffs is like
yeah. I heard Queen of the Dam was really good for new metal because it featured a lot of new metal tracks. I still haven't seen that movie yet.
No, neither. Who the fuck has? But you know the soundtrack, like, dude, yeah, that new metal was. I think that was specifically around that time. What was being like?
It was just blowing up.
It was blowing up through all those soundtracks and shit. Like, and then you go into games like all the like Burnout, all the wrestling ones.
All the Madden games had hectic soundtracks too.
True.
Aha! Yep. Ben has arrived, gentlemen. Where is he?
Right.
Okay.
Interesting.
There we go. There he is. Hi.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, buddy.
Did you? Oh, he's late because he got me coffee. That's why. Thank you.
What a legend.
Oh,
your mic is muted, friend. Yeah. So I mean, right now, Finn, we're just talking about like Dane and how he got into music, but not like the usual way that most people do. Ironically, very similar to an old friend of ours, he got into metal and the aesthetic of some metal through WWE and get this, movie soundtracks.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we're kind of talking about like the how compelling certain movie soundtracks could be. Namely, for me, the How to Train Your Dragon one, because just like, dude, me and my Viking bloodline and stuff, it works. It works really well. It's emotionally compelling, and it makes me tear jerk and makes me like chill on my arms every time.
Sean, I know this might be an obvious question, dude, but like Lord of the Rings soundtrack, like
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I've only really seen the entirety of the franchise, the original movies, in their director cut format once, but I plan to watch them again because my younger sister hasn't seen Lord of the Rings yet. We are very much a Star Wars household for the longest time, and my father called Harry Potter Harry Pooper Scooper because he was a fucking child, and you know he was just not about anything except for Star Wars or Transformers or Voltron. So
then he might have been more swayed to the Lord of the Rings side of things, because I remember that was a war in like grade 4 in school when both those films came at the same time. you had the Harry Potter kids and then the Lord of the Rings kids. Like,
And now we all meet up at San Diego Comic-Con. Like there's no war, not really. It's really just between Star Trek and Star Wars, and that's not really a battle.
Luckily it never got to blood. But yeah, man,
But,
but yeah, soundtracks, fucking
soundtracks.
Sorry. Yeah,
you're good.
Just to finish that point, man. I think it was primarily we were very lucky to grow up when we did. I don't know if it's talked about as much, man, but we were getting like in all the right content, had all the right soundtracks. Even some of the like Kane, right, the wrestler, like I was telling you, when he dropped a horror movie, See No Evil, in like 2005 or some shit. The very end of that had David Banner. Anyone know that dude?
David Banner.
Just a rapper.
No.
He's like, like
that
no,
was early 2000s.
yeah. No offense to the dude. He's like Aldi Exhibit, I guess, like dollar store exhibit. But like, he had a rap song at the end of that, and it was the perfect. Like, they had I don't know, like that got me back into that as well, and that's why I was always into rap and shit as well, because they'd sprinkle that in all the other horror shit, and I think that,
that's like the soundtrack thing. Honestly, is huge, because so many games I played growing up was so integral to like me finding music. I mean,
Tony Hawk,
one of the ones. What was that? Yeah, Tony Hawk. That was like the one I was thinking of. Pro Skater 2. Like that has such a wide range. Like, and the thing is, because it was like a PlayStation 1 game, they could only fit like 15 songs on the game. So it was like the same 15 songs that loop like across your like 1,000-hour gameplay, right?
SmackDown versus Raw.
SmackDown versus Raw. But all these games, it had such a small sliver of like songs that could be on repeat. But the range that they would choose would just like, it was like giving you all the stuff that you needed to find to be able to get into this music later in life. It was incredible. Incredible time to grow up.
So what I can contribute to that situation as well, or that conversation, talking about video game soundtracks and movie soundtracks that would eventually help you find your liking, your taste making for certain genres of music. I hate to admit it, but there's only one song ever that did that for me, and that was Aline Siegeman's 115 in the Kino der Toten Black Ops Zombies map. Dude, hearing those coming from a woman as you're shredding zombies with Pack-a-Punch is the sickest shit ever. And then when they used Avenged Sevenfold's Nightmare, I think, for the Origins Zombies map, I'm like, okay, I actually like Avenged Sevenfold now. This is sick.
COD used Avenged Sevenfold a bunch, didn't they? Like, there was another instance where they had the band in the game.
Yes, it was the Easter egg post-credit scene for the main campaign.
Correct. Wow, I would have completely forgotten about that if you didn't mention.
I'm a Black Ops fanboy, and I'm ready for 6, so of course I know all this stupid irrelevant shit.
Yeah, that's it.
But by all means, let's continue the conversation, because unlike many other sessions before and many other podcasts before, not only, Dane, are you the vocalist of To the Grave, but you're also a tattoo artist, and you endorse and follow a very, very important
lifestyle for like
lifestyle. There you go.
Early.
So, if anything, what I'd love to do, because this is such a rare opportunity, is first, you can take like whichever one you want to do first. That's up to you, of course, whether the tattooing or the vegan lifestyle. Let's go ahead and learn about how that started for you.
Sure. Okay, I guess I'm thinking the tattooing, just thinking would probably let's go to that, and then that, and then probably everything else. So like that, I would say, man, I kind of always wanted to do. I always like would draw on shit. I would draw on myself all the time, like draw little like finger tattoos at school. I think every cunt did that. Like can I cuss?
Yeah, you're fine. I don't care.
Okay, lovely. Then okay, so like everyone was writing shit on their hands.
Has he said it yet?
Yeah.
Not yet, Jack. Earmuffs.
Draw myself all day, every day, right? Eventually, like Sydney's specifically, I don't really know what the rest of the world's like, but I imagine there's a general what's it called?
Consensus?
Assessment stigma, sure, of like motorbike gang relation and blah blah blah, especially in Sydney, with which made it kind of difficult and makes it difficult for anybody wanting to tattoo in Sydney. So you had to kind of I guess what makes it unique for anybody in this city, like we've got to go through pretty extensive like police checks. Anybody that does tattoo in Sydney with a license has been like thoroughly fingered and fisted by the police to make sure that, like, you know what I mean, they know which direction they fart in. Like it's all that, right? So and then like we have a pretty I don't know. Yeah, like that can make it kind of
difficult
to approach the industry at the start. So it did take me a little while. And then just through music, like finding friends that like had shops. It was just me getting tattooed over the years a lot that kind of got me into the industry, got my like apprenticeships started. I went through like a couple of those before I found the more or less the right one. And then, pretty quickly, I guess I was, and I don't advocate for it, but like for my story, and like I kind of fucking broke every rule I could. Like I started tattooing, and then we immediately went into like a COVID lockdown.
Right.
So, but I didn't start tattooing. I started tattooing like the silicone skins and like fruit, all the little anything. Practice. Yeah, exactly. Like, but that wasn't. Like after 2 or 3 months in, like we had pretty intense lockdowns in Australia. After 2 or 3 months of that, it was like, fuck this. So I'd tattoo myself, my partner, like both of our legs are covered in shit. And I really wasn't supposed to, but I would develop bad habits, but I would also develop some good ones. And just, when all that died off, I was further along in a shorter amount of time than I think people thought I would be. I ruthlessly studied it, dude. And then, which now, like, it's definitely something good to have in my back pocket. It's good creative outlet, I think, is something that I've always looked at it as. I hate the fucking money part of it. Because, it's just such a fun thing for me to do. But then it definitely does help with, everything. The music and the tattooing now goes hand in hand. As much as it does clash with like the times and shit like that. If I start big projects on people, I've got certain times I've got to finish them, and then there's 3 months where they can't get it touched, basically. So like that's, I guess, if that kind of sums that up. Tattooing was a funny one in Sydney, man, for like all the law reasons. It's anybody will have a very similar story about just like bullshit, like going and getting your fingerprints done. Silly things that no one else really has to go through.
Right. So perhaps then, unbeknownst to me, really, maybe Australia has always had a near Japan level restriction, not making it illegal, but making it to where it is extremely difficult to do anything prominent or sustainable in that industry because of all the more thorough checking, and perhaps the, like you said, very similar to Japan with the Yakuza and how it was illegal to get tattoos. And if you got tattoos, it's because you're with the Yakuza. It's different, maybe there's a similar approach then in Sydney.
More or less. So I guess give it a little bit more context, and like, this is all over the news. You can probably go and Google this, but there was a big, there was a lot of gun violence around us, like around tattoo shops at a specific time, like 15 years ago. I think it's been a while, but police in Sydney basically went like, that's enough. Like, we can't have tattoo shops be a war zone potentially. So like, before that, it was fine. But like I said, Sydney was also more so than a lot of other states in Australia. We had tattoo shops were fronts for other things and blah blah blah. So
I see. Okay.
Now it's a double-edged sword where it is a lot harder to get into the industry, but for people wanting tattoos, odds are if you walk into a tattoo shop in Sydney, there's no one in there, like I said, that doesn't have the police over their shoulder making sure that they're not a criminal. They're what's it called? Medical standards are
Yeah.
yeah.
They uphold medical standards as opposed to having like a not so great work area that could actually be like hazardous to customers or something.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mind you, it's still an industry that they'd like anybody would rather like tax the fuck out of or just like put and suppress and whatever. So yeah, with sending CCTV footage, things like that to the police, if you're not washing up properly, things like that, anything can go through and like, yeah. And Sydney, I guess more than ever, just health inspectors, blah, blah, blah. So
yeah. Okay. Well, that's the thing too, because like we had that one question. What is it? That's the wrong document. We have question 4 location. I would never know about something like that until we had this conversation. That at a point, there were difficulties and there were like kind of things going on that correlated with the tattoo industry that in certain ways compares it to what Japan used to do and how they used to see the industry of being a tattoo artist. But that's super cool. Thank you for sharing.
No, that's okay.
And let's go ahead and then talk about your vegan journey so far.
Sure. So there's a few angles that came in. I guess the one that I've spoken about a bit was there was a story, and I've actually heard a few people come to the same conclusion through stuff like this. There was a story that I saw when I was in the van with my other band, Scourge. So we were just driving somewhere, and they were all vegan, vegetarian, whatever, and I was the guy that loved animals, but paid farmers to stab the fuck out of them, whatever. Anyway, so they were looking at this thing of a truck crash. So a truck full of cows, cows crashed on the side of the road in Victoria somewhere. This just happened last weekend as well, and was very bad.
I saw that post.
Yeah, like bridge took the top of this truck off and decapitated cows in the back of it. Completely fucked that they were there in the first place. So this happened to me. I was wondering why I was so frustrated at the fact that there were videos of these animals being like, they were almost being hit by cars, shot on the side of the road, falling off the embankment. They were the lucky ones, basically. I guess the lucky ones were the ones that maybe died on impact. A lot didn't, were either euthanized or taken straight back to a slaughterhouse, and that pissed me off to no end seeing that. And someone in the van said, it's Tom, our bassist, like, why are you upset at that if every time we go to Hungry Jack's, Burger King or whatever, you eat a beef burger, dude? That's like, why do you think they're there in the first place? It's who is paying for that? Like, you understand supply and demand, and it all that again hit me like an 18-wheeler.
Tom's the best.
Yeah, Tom is the best. And then a couple of other moments throughout that, like, he really checked me on a couple of things. I remember we got out of the van, there was a barbecue cooking a few houses down. I love the smell of that, always have. But just being reminded, he was just like, yeah, dude, well, that's those cows on that barbecue. That's what that smell. And it's like, yeah, fuck. Now I know, like a few years later, it's seasoning, and you can make fucking plants smell however you want, like taste. I don't know, all that shit. But that was how that kicked off. I couldn't, in good faith, justify being upset at the sight of animal cruelty when they were only there because I demanded that they were there in the first place. And yeah, so I went home, watched I had some other friends urging me to watch some documentaries. There's a couple that I did watch that hit me in weird ways that I think if I watched now, I get like, what the health I haven't seen in a few years. But when I did watch that, I don't give a shit. I'm not massive on like health, and I'm not a health fucking Nazi or anything like that. I don't give a shit if anyone I've smoked and all that, blah, 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 right? But what struck me about all of this was the fact that like I guess the message that I was left with was, okay, all this happens, why? But for no real good reason that I can see. It's making a bunch of people sick from my assessment anyway. So that was what I was left with. Then I watched a documentary called Lucent, which is, so say 2017 undercover activists basically go in and leave hidden cameras at a piggery, which is a pig breeding facility slash, factory farm, basically.
Right.
Leave them in the corners, film overnight, blah, 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 in 2017 in New South Wales and Victoria. So this 2-hour-long documentary of this walkthrough, this thorough investigation into Australian pig farming. So I watched that, realized that these pigs are an hour from me, and those were the ones that I was eating. The ones that were found drowning in puddles of shit, the ones that, their babies were like, these mother sows are trapped worldwide, are trapped in farrowing crates that they cannot move around in. All they can do is stand up and lie down. So they get beaten every day to stand up so that their legs don't go limp. When they eventually lie down, all their babies are underneath them. So that was the first thing I saw. So these mother sows wanting to lay down at the end of the day, crushing their baby piglets. Incredibly common in every single intensive pig farm worldwide. You'll find crushed babies and babies eating each other, complete cannibalism. It's fucked. To have standards that aren't like that, you would need a dentist office level of farm, which you're not going to have. It's not sustainable for feeding everybody the meat they want to eat. So again, I saw that, realized, like, because you can make up so many misconceptions about the animals that you're eating or the farms that you go to or the meat or whatever, until you see it, until you see what goes on when these people don't let you in, when they don't clean up the place, when they think the doors are closed, when they think no one's watching. What do they do with these animals? Or even just fundamentally, what is legal that we aren't told about? So it's legal, these piglets, for example, that could grow up to be weaners and whatever, meat pigs, basically. If they're crushed or if they're a little bit limp or whatever, or if it doesn't look like it, if they're blind, anything like that, it's completely legal, Australia-wide, to pick them up by their hind legs, slam them on the concrete and throw them in the bin, or stuff them all into a garbage bag and tie it shut. Just baby piglets on their first day of life because they're limp or they won't be commercially viable, right?
Right.
So that was seeing what was legal and what people, you know what I mean? Seeing the standard legal practices worldwide were enough for me. It wasn't even the fucked fringe cases. It wasn't the specific farms. It's really, and I would love to be proven otherwise, but the majority of these farms, 99% of them, are absolute hellholes that anybody would not want to spend a second in, let alone fund. So that's what I realized, man. And then there's a documentary called Earthlings. It's a little bit more all-encompassing. It goes into the pet industry, zoos, aquariums, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Although that's from the 90s. If anybody is going on this path, I would just suggest jump straight to Dominion. That is an extension of Lucent, filmed by the same guys in Australia, but it does cover everything worldwide, and it's filmed in like 2019 in 4K. So there you go.
Yeah. That's the thing too. Like approaching a similar conversation and a similar philosophy, but not entirely the same philosophy you have. I haven't had the urge to go to a zoo or an aquarium in years, because when it comes to seeing animals for entertainment purposes, whether during lockdown, before lockdown, or post lockdown, I've always felt it demeaning to go somewhere, pay countless chunks of money just to see animals, where you can just not be a pussy and go see them out in their environment. And
Absolutely.
If you fuck with them, you get torn apart. Like, that's
what do you exactly? What do you need to learn about animals so badly that you need to see them in captivity in an unnatural environment, behaving unnaturally? Yeah, like, what are you going to learn? That's exactly spot on.
Yeah. So I mean, I've always even cringed at the idea of people like wanting to go see the Phoenix lights, because here in Arizona in Phoenix, we have the Phoenix Zoo, and that's pretty close to a wide variety of LED lights. And they have the Phoenix lights, I think, either during the summer or the winter. They're supposed to be like Christmas lights, but they're all throughout the zoo. I'm like, you realize how expensive it is to see that, just to look at a semi-fancy arrangement of lights that are kind of rainforest or kind of jungle themed, and then you proceed to go see animals held in captivity. Now, I love to think and give the benefit of the doubt to zookeepers and people who uphold aquariums, some of them, definitely not even close to a majority, but like a small chunk. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they're not abusing their animals. But the thing is, unless if they are exclusively rescues and they were raised in captivity, well, like Garrett Russell of Silent Planet said recently in interviews as they were preparing to unleash their newest album, Super Bloom, you give anybody enough authority and they're bound to abuse it. And this is specifically and exclusively my opinion. I don't know how Finn feels about this, so that's why I'm saying that. I am 24/7 ACAP for that exact reason. You give anybody enough authority and power, they're bound to abuse it eventually. The only power, the only point of authority, I think, is being an elected leader. And even then, on a worldwide, on a global scale, you never know what the fuck your leaders are doing behind the scenes. So I like leading people, but not being a leader, really.
Well, yeah, that's a good point with and that's what Dominion does go into. Sorry if this cuts that point off a little bit. I feel like it's relevant. Like, with these aquariums and a lot of these places do rely on the fact that we give them the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? They rely on the fact that we don't actually look into this information a lot. Or like, where are you getting your animals from? Are they born in you know what I mean? Are you actually? What are you doing with this money? A lot of us would rather assume that a lot of these places, these people have our best interests, the animal's best interests in mind. But that point is way more spot on than I think anyone gives credence to. Really, like once you open the door for exploitation, you leave it ajar, it can swing wide open. Exactly. So you just we pull that shut. That's what we're about. Nope.
Yep. Yeah. And see, that's exactly why I am so excited to be having this conversation, even if we have to piece it together and do like 5 different segments. Like, the thing is, we're bringing attention to very, very important, very deep, very disturbing matters that happen on a global scale. We just happen to be interviewing a band from Australia who their entire marketing strategy and a lot of their really fucking heavy, so excellently produced heavy music is themed off of that shit. And when it's not, when it's not all about that, like this record, it's more or less fun, but they still back those causes by any means necessary. So thank you for that conversation, because I think a lot of people will appreciate it. And perhaps there will be a new era where a lot more bands, a lot more artists feel comfortable advocating for these causes and speaking up for these, abuses of authority behind the scenes. We are getting closer to 5:16 p.m. So what I want to do is attempt to basically just wrap up the remaining questions. You more or less talked about location. We learned a lot today about certain parts of Australian society that were occurring at one point, how they've changed, but things that Americans, British, Chinese, maybe Japanese folks who happen to be listening to the show would probably never know, because, we're all so separated by these continents and by these borders, right? So if anything, we talked about your tattoo career. We talked about your journey as a musician and becoming a music enthusiast. We talked about your vegan lifestyle, how that started, why you continue pushing for it. Good shit. So if anything, I think we should jump to question 6 and asking, what lessons have you learned as a person or a musician, and how did those lessons drive you, or how could they apply to others trying to accomplish what you have so far?
Well, yeah, okay. That's good. That's a good question. I think and the boys can probably speak to this as well. I've not always been so positive and what's it called? Don't fucking laugh at me. No, like I've not always been so optimistic.
Right.
Is a good way of putting it. And I think I think that's very easy as a musician or someone doing any kind of creative thing to like look at what everyone else is doing and stress about that. That's what I've learned. Like I spent a lot of time stressing, competing in my head, when I probably just should have had the blinders on and done and focused on my thing. And then I guess less like throughout that, like everyone learns every fucking day, right? Like whether no matter which way that that's steered, I think there's always room just to be less of a shit cunt. Like
for lack of a better word.
No, those are the words. Like you assess, check yourself, NWA, like, and I guess a couple of other lessons, bro. Just like create more than you consume. I like that one. I forget where I heard
That's a good
that.
one. Yeah.
I like that. That's kept me pretty. That's kept me more fed than hungry. Does that, you know what I mean? Like, and fucking follow the butterflies, bro. Just like, that's pretty over there. What's that? Like,
I see.
I'm gonna go over there. Like, just follow the butterflies. You'll be happy.
Yeah, I know. I like that a lot, really.
Yeah.
Like, it's not often we get quotes or even, just sayings or mottos. Usually I'm the one feeding the mottos over here, so thank you.
Well, there you go, bro. That's one. That's one.
Let's see. I think we can answer question 5 pretty easily here. This is more specifically in regards to Everyone's a Murderer too, as in respect to the session. Name 5 character slots, whether new favorite artists, albums, singles, or people that pushed, quote, Everyone's a Murderer to its final state for you.
Okay, good question. No Cure, Preservation. Fuck me, dead. I always space on the full name of the record, but like No Cure, like the latest No Cure record, we had that a lot on repeat. Well, I did, I guess specifically, which kind of steered a lot of my thinking towards maybe the at the initial. I had a big heavy hardcore phase last year, right? So records like that. That's another good. Just even playing with like bands like Last 10 Seconds of Life, their new record, really,
dude.
Yeah, it's so fucking slept on, man.
So slept on.
It pisses me off. So that like I think there's a couple more pieces to the puzzle. Empty Cages, actually, that record, that they put out last year or whatever. So fucking sick. So I ended up going through this weird like heavy hardcore phase that like with these bands that would occasionally dip into deathcore and be like, man, that's a cool flavor. I don't know if we've completely tried yet.
Yeah.
It was also like looking at, there wasn't even like I don't want to stick this to a particular band because you could say like Earth Crisis or whatever, but the whole like, man, deathcore did really and does really play it safe on the things we care about still. Like there's no straight edge fuck you. Like I'm not edge, but you know what I mean? Like I like that energy in hardcore where it's like I could really, for the most part, give a fuck what it is. If you're passionate about it and you're like, it's cool and it's infectious, I think that's cool. You know what I mean? And yeah, double it, like people call it doubling down or whatever on the message, but I think that that came from like, to narrow it down to a few bands: Bloodmouth, Vanguard, Earth Crisis, Empty Cages. Fuck me, I'm blank. But you know what I mean? That general kind of wave of like, I guess, vegan straight edge hardcore.
Right. New metallic hardcore. I call metallic hardcore, and bands that, you know, kind of pop into my brain when I think of that would be Orthodox. Shout out to the Tennessee local homies. Love those guys. No Cure. By the way, the album is called The Commitment to Permanence.
Commitment to Permanence. That's it.
So No Cure. I've also been trying to get them on the show because they were like best buddies. They are best buddies with Orthodox, and they were at the Learning to Dissolve album release show at the End in downtown Nashville. And dude, I've never seen so many people like basically like rolling on the stage, kicking the PA, all this shit. Like they were destroying that venue. It was so sick to see.
That's sick.
Let's see, there's Boundaries, kinda. They have like a more post-hardcore Being as an Ocean metalcore influence in there though, but they still make it work really well.
I really like Boundaries actually. Like in My Body Is a Cage. We had that one.
Yeah. Death is Little More was such a good record. What is it? Something Guilt. Their song featuring the guy from Invent Animate. Like I don't think I've ever heard a song that fits better with someone just kind of like looking through a forest that's been like freshly rained upon and has the fog kind of in there as well.
That's it.
Dude, I love that song so much. But Boundaries, Kublai Khan, Orthodox, No Cure, No Zodiac, Kalashi. No, those are like the
there's a couple more I do want to throw it. Like we've talked a lot about how like we throw weird like rap influences, stuff like that. We can get into all that like at other stage, but I think we did have our big like Dying Fetus arc on this record, and I guess what was a record we'd always talk about for the old deathcore vibes, boys? It was like This Is Exile, right? Like
This Is Exile and The Cleansing.
The Cleansing
came up a lot.
Which we were we just
era.
Yeah, bro. Like those, like that being like the first kind of deathcore record that smacked me, like The Cleansing, I guess.
Yeah.
The first polished one, I guess. I'd heard, you know, I mean, Somatic Defilement or whatever. That felt so underground, but The Cleansing felt fresh as fuck when that dropped.
It
And
was quality. It was unarguable quality, and it's timeless. Like
timeless, right?
To a certain degree, I think everybody's kind of resorting back to that album like Peacemaker from Florida or even Nine Dead. Like I can see them just kind of obsessing over those records, but they make it work because they're doing their own things now. And now we have what I call the second wave MySpace just era coming through. And insane.
That's the thing. We didn't necessarily, because that's been a thing brewing for a little minute now. We didn't want to go do that because it's like, well, but I do like the fact that everything we do sounds a bit different, and it's not like we're sick of those old bags that we're in or whatever, but like we just want to different. I like the fact that different bodies of work have very clear influences. I think that I can attribute to them, but who knows? We like. I just felt like if we had gone, and I would have, if nobody else was doing it, it fully feels like the Me thing, because there are samples all over this record, like and some of the other shit that we did around the same time.
Yeah.
There's samples, little things like that, like the snare is fucking cleansing. Little things like that we threw in, but we were like, we still want it to be like, if we just do that, that's not really anything new.
Yeah. Well, what I can say to the grave and its impression upon the scene, really, I think it was one of the first bands that had the right amount of bass and just like excellent production quality throughout every single record. I mean, dude, listen, I sent Finn Epilogue the other day. I'm like, yo, you need to listen to this because like, I think this is like probably one of the best deathcore albums of all time as far as production quality and how bassy the blast beats are, how fucking ambient and strange and ominous Wastage was. I remember when I first heard that breakdown, I'm like, ooh, like, you know, I had chills on my arm because I'm like, this is fucking nice. But of course, as time goes on, that's a record that's been out for quite some time now. So it's like, you got to appreciate what's in the here and now And I think Everyone's a Murderer is kind of you guys' first step in making an album that is going to be as prolific as it is. Because you guys have that deathcore, you're bringing something new to deathcore. I mean, the last record, Deathcore is Dead, Cut Off the Head, all that shit, that kind of brought we're not trying to be just a classic, traditional, no cleans, only all these, sweep pick solos and shit. You guys do something very, very, very different, and you do something that is so incredibly prolific for Australian deathcore that I think one day, when Thy Art Is Murder, for example, decides to hang up the cape, I think you guys are going to be in the forefront without a fucking doubt. You guys are going to be the next, Thy Art Is Murder once they're done fucking around, but who knows when that will be, right? So,
of
course.
We just fucking, I think, we could talk a lot about Everyone's a Murderer, and everybody will talk, and already has. We dropped that song this morning, and or no, I don't know when this will come out, but Butcher came out this morning, and believe me, people's opinions on it are mixed, but it's man, we're happy that this was a passion project from us. We don't usually get to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
So whether we're proud of it, we had fucking fun making it, and I think
the most important thing,
dude. I'm really just stoked that we could break the chains off a little bit. And who knows, man, I think, like I said, there's last time, there's so many flavors on this record that people can, if they're already not liking any of it, fair enough. Whatever. They're deathcore songs. Go away. That's fine. But there's so much else. There's so much other shit on the album that if you just keep an open mind, there might be more shit you're into. If not, stick around, because as everyone's aware, the next thing will probably sound nothing like this.
We get a bit bored doing the same sound every record, and in between each writing for every record, we our tastes change. We find new shit, or we go back to listening to other old shit that we were into. So it's I think if we'd kept doing epilogue or director's cuts, it's just boring, man. And it makes the sets live cooler as well now, to be able to work with all these different flavors from different records.
No, that's the beauty of being a modern day deathcore band to me, is I think people are finally realizing that you don't have to have no cleans at all ever, or you're fucking canceled. You don't need to do that anymore to make good deathcore, because either the veterans are ready to retire, 1, 2, everybody prefers balance anyway, or 3, they want to experiment and basically piss off and counter the counterculture. That's that kind of the phrase I use. Bring Me the Horizon does that all the fucking time. That's been their last 3 records, is countering the counterculture by countering the status quo of the counterculture. And it sounds
underrated point.
It's true.
Underrated point, bro. The second that deathcore starts to be this should be like this, and this should, it's dude, you forget the days when deathcore was sprouting new genres like alien core and you know what I mean? No, I always go back to the fact that people can argue with me on this all day, but my understanding of deathcore when I came into it was nobody in hardcore wanted it, nobody in death metal wanted it.
Yeah.
And it was so cult, dude, that was proper outsider shit, because hardcore kids would bully you. You know what I mean? The death metal dads would tell you to get fucked, and you posers, you're never gonna but we had each other's backs, and that was enough. That's gone a little bit now, but of course,
I think
territory, but
I think the problem now is that the genre grew to a point where it's got a style, rather than like Dane said, being all these weird outsider bands. And I think that's what we're always trying to avoid, is writing a deathcore album that sounds like what deathcore sounds like right now. We don't want to sound like any of the other bands in the genre. I won't name anybody because I'm not talking shit. Like,
Right.
we don't want to sound like anybody else. We just want to do what's fun for us right now. That's going to be different in 6 months or a year.
Like that comment, Matt, where it was like, if these guys don't add all the choirs back in, they're not going to get any more shows with Lorna Shore. And it's like,
who gives a fuck?
well, like, yeah, like if we're getting those because we've got choirs and because we sound like them, like, then no, it's all for the wrong reasons, and nobody has fun with that. Nobody's having fun there. Like,
I think
so. We've dropped all of that for the new for Everyone's a Murderer, but for us, all the like choirs and strings and shit was kind of a new flavor on director's cuts. Like that was the thing we were playing with on that one.
Yeah,
and now it's like this hardcore influence. We're really steering into that.
Right. No, I think it's going to work out for you guys to just continue to experiment. And the thing is, I used to like cringe at the idea of people saying like we're trying to evolve and form our own sound. I used to cringe at that. And I even made some dumbass comments on this show. So I will be accountable for myself when I made a joke about people using that term and then me correlating it with TikTok. Like, okay, are you trying to make something for TikTok? What the fuck do you mean you're trying to make your own sound?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, haha, teehee, that was so funny back in fucking 2020. But now it's like, you don't, and you guys were mentioning the Lorna Shore tour that you're about to do. It's like, they should put more choirs in their music if they're opening up for Lorna Shore. It's like, why the fuck do you think they're there? It's not for Lorna Shore worship.
Body Snatcher are playing above us, like
exactly. I don't get that shit at all. It's like you don't jump on a bill unless if it's like something that me, DeAndre Tyre, and Adam Mercer from Awaken Providence were talking about on our first session back at the beginning of 2023, when I mentioned something me and Derek from Mythful were brainstorming, a tour called Ignite the Church. It could consist of bands such as Carnifex, Of Sulfur, Awaken Providence, Lorna Shore, Mythful, whomever, in that kind of blackened subgenre, right? Yep. That's kind of when you want to get bands on the bill that all have a matching theme with their music, but you can tell them apart. Other than that, if it's just a Lorna Shore tour to be a Lorna Shore tour, they happen to be at the top, you want to make music that sounds different. Otherwise, if people are outside of the venue, they're not going to come back until they realize, oh shit, it's Lorna Shore. This is a Lorna Shore. This is to the grave.
Yeah, like
Lorna Shore. I'm like, dude. It's not good for marketing. It's not good for distinguishing yourself.
Yeah, like people do. You're right. People fall into the trap of thinking they need everything so clearly defined because it's more marketable. And it's like, man, I think those days are fading a little bit. Where even raw, drier content it's more palatable. It's fucking, maybe that's talking a bit of shit, but like I just don't think everything needs to be so fancy and in a world of fucking like AI and all that, you don't need stuff catered to you so much, man. Maybe you need like I like, and I'm as guilty as everybody of like pushing away the new stuff, but like I do need to be hit over the head with it every now and then. Like,
right,
something I'm not ready for.
And like, but just on that, like the raw thing, that's the flavor right now, right? That we're into.
I can hear the raw.
We might go back to like on the next one. We might be like, actually, you know what? Something like super slick and crispy might be what we're feeling at the time. Like the sound of the band is whatever we want to do at the time.
Yeah.
And what did I say the other day? I said the next thing needs to be our Engine 45, like Ghost Inside. Just that was just, but I'll change my mind in 6 months. But I like.
Oh, you've changed your mind since last week about it.
Yeah.
I think like so that's kind of like the cool thing about what like To the Grave does, right? Like sort of like Matt mentioned, when we get together and write, it's sort of like everyone's ideas about what they enjoy kind of coming together. And like maybe I'm incorrect in saying this, but I feel like sort of in the earlier days of deathcore, kind of going back to what Dane said, how it was this kind of the rejects, like a hardcore community didn't want it, the death metal community didn't want them. They had their own, sort of group, but because deathcore people love hardcore and death metal, they kind of loved death metal still. Like they didn't reject the death metal community, they didn't reject the hardcore community. It's just kind of like everyone rejected them. But kind of like the stuff that we release, I feel like brings that sort of handshake back together of rejoining those communities that sort of split. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure if Deathcore is still sort of like that, or if they kind of developed like that.
It's just so big now that it's like that it's its own thing that exists.
It's marketable
separate of those other two communities. Like
it's marketable, and for some people that's scary. Like, get over yourself.
Like, but it might not. It won't be the trend in a year.
Yeah.
There'll be something else that comes up, and
we all watched Dying Fetus play fucking the hardcore festival, right?
Like,
now more than anything, I think people are just getting sick of that. Like that we're all getting too old to care because for the sake of caring. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Right. I think it's a very important conversation, artist by artist, musician by musician, band by band to have. Is do you actually care about that? Do you? Or are you more concerned with a marketable niche that makes it to where every time, because of your honesty to yourself, your authenticity, your integrity in creating your own original music, like you have to ask yourself whether or not you want to focus on your own marketing niche, or if you want to become a tribute band to all of the bands that came before you or all of your neighbors. You know, that's kind of I think that's the most important question for bands to ask themselves now is, do you want to be another Of Sulfur, or do you want to be an Of Sulfur with throat singing, or even Slipknot keg drums or some shit? And who knows? Of Sulfur might be doing that themselves behind the scenes. It doesn't matter though, because at the end of the day, even if you're trying to be a tribute band, person by person, you as the vocalist will never be Ricky Hoover, and that's okay because you are your own person. So make your band your own band, and then sprinkle little references, maybe even quote lyrics like Silent Planet
does all the time,
and shit, you know, make a reference to an older album and see if people enjoy the tribute, the referencing work, like little Easter eggs, you know?
And like we did that with the vocals on Everyone's a Murderer for sure. Like we kind of steered away from as much of the like gutturals and pig squeals and stuff on director's cuts.
Right.
And then because we haven't done it in a while, Dane wanted to bring it back for this one. We were finding spots where it had more impact.
Which, I think so. Like, making sure stuff is, I guess, tasteful enough was something like Sean, your point of like having your personality in there, right? Like throwing all of that. Making sure that's in there. It has to be if you're doing something with your name on it. Like it can't be what someone else is doing.
Yeah.
Like
that's what covers are for.
Yeah, dude. Like and then just fucking make it not taste like shit when you give people the shit sandwich. So like you know what I mean? Dress it up all nice. I don't know.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This will be part 3 out of 4 for the Anatomy Crosscast with To the Grave. Really just jumping right back into it. This will be the people part of the podcast, but we're wrapping it up with Matt first and either Jack or Nick going after. We'll get those 3 handled and then on to Under the Skin. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're doing well, Matt. Let's take it away.
Cool, man. Let's go.
We're good. So, Matt, starting off with you, good sir. Question 1 reads, 10 to 20 minutes to provide the audience and listeners an overview from the very beginning of you first finding your call in music, how that changed throughout your beginning education of the real world, any other hobbies or mediums you wanted to pursue, the building blocks of your eventual financial backbone, all that type of stuff. Like basically earliest point of relevance for you getting into music. Go.
Okay. I think probably around, early high school, like that's my music taste really started with hearing metal for the first time, like very, in very quick succession, like heard Metallica, then Slipknot, then was quickly listening to like Cannibal Corpse and stuff like that, and was like immediately just I was hooked. It was what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be involved in. Pretty much like everybody, like started wanting to play music at the same time. Yeah, that's about where it started. Yeah. And then, had little like bands with friends on and off for years, but nothing really like got going till the first sort of infant version of To the Grave, which Dane already explained. Like, we were kicking around for a little while trying to get something going, but it didn't really really become a thing until he joined and the band started getting some traction from there. Yeah. Nick, how about you, mate? What was your sort of start?
Well, for me, I don't know. I had a really weird journey. I kind of went into like the weird electronic side of things first. Like, I got into like weird dubstep stuff, and I was listening to a lot of Skrillex in my younger years, and then I kind of like got exposed to rap, and I was listening to rap for the better part of primary school and a lot of high school, right? And then I met my mate Dusk. Shout out Dusk, my good man. He introduced me to metal, which I absolutely hated at first. Well, I suppose it's like, so I had Guitar Hero 3, and I really liked, I love the classics like Slayer, Metallica, all the stuff that's in that. And it was just like the deathcore, the heavy stuff that I really hated. It sort of took some time to grow on me, but eventually I ended up like enjoying it. I was like, it's actually pretty good. So I started a band called Alchemy, which Matt has helped me record. That was my first little band, and since then it's kind of like taken me to where I am today. So I started off listening to Skrillex, and now I listen to nothing but guttural toilet bowl noises.
Yeah, similar to me. That's cool. I love that. Yeah. Jack, I mean, we kind of went over your story here and there at the very beginning of this show, but maybe this is a chance for you to rehash your roadmap and first getting into music and then up until recently, really. So if you were to kind of like look back on that conversation, what would you change, I guess? Like, how would you describe it now?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember what I've said. I can't remember what I ate for dinner last night. So I'll give the TLDR new version. I reckon that was probably like 3 years ago. I think, I had this little iPod. It wasn't an iPod. Couldn't afford an iPod. I think it was called Commodore. It was actually full hectic. Had 25 different colors you could change the screen. Anyway, some I went to school with, he loaded it up with some songs. It was all like wrestling shit. I would have been, what's this, 2009? So I would have been, what's that? I would have been 10. Yeah, would have been 10, I think. Mate, actually no, I would have been a bit younger. I would have been a couple of years because wrestling, I was too old for it then. Anyway, I remember the CM Punk theme song. I was like, it's full heckers, and yeah, I remember it was like full fucking hectic. And yeah, I remember I listened to that heaps, and then it wasn't until later somehow I crossed back around and then realized what I was listening to. It's kind of like the TLDR. Would have been probably like 16, maybe.
What was this track again? Was it Cult of Personality?
This Fire Burns.
True.
Cool.
Kind of continuing on then, Matt, you were talking about how someone just kind of like thrusted you then into like straight into metal. Was there a specific person behind that, and are they still around like actively in your life to take credit for that, or
are they alive?
It was like the dudes I was hanging with in high school. Started going to school in a new area, away from where I'd grown up. Fell in with a group of dudes there that were all already into like heavy music, and they were like, kids just started feeding shit to me that they were all into. So it was like, you know, one dude was into death metal, one dude was into thrash, one dude was into like hardcore, and it just like all got topped up from chatting to those dudes. They all sort of fell out of music pretty quick after school. So like, yeah, got real jobs, settled down, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, they're not around, but thanks, boys, for the getting it started.
Hopefully they'll hear this.
Maybe.
Nick, Jack, do you guys have anybody that you kind of tether the tail beginning of your musical journey to, whether it be family or friends?
Yeah, definitely. I can take that if Jack doesn't have an answer. My best mate, Dust, again, shout out. My boy, Dust. I wouldn't be on this journey if it wasn't for him. Probably wouldn't be playing guitar or music if it wasn't for him, because we spent like our entire high school just hanging out in the music rooms, just trying to learn like Whitechapel riffs and stuff like that. But definitely, like, it took me a while. It really did take me a while. I hated things like, you know, like Thy Art and Chelsea Green when I first heard it. Cal the Cap, oh, disgusting. Absolutely worst stuff I ever heard in my life. But like, you know, in hindsight, holy crap, I'm so glad he showed me that. So thank you, Dust. Love you.
Sick. Jack?
I don't think I talk to anyone still from back then. So pretty, I don't know, that's a fucking dead end road, that question.
Fair enough. All right. So we can probably jump right over to question 3, quote the scene. So Nick, you had Dustin, Matt, or Dusty. Matt, you had just all these random people that you were hanging out with back in high school. Matt, you even got as detailed as to saying that most of them aren't really involved in the music scene anymore, but perhaps like throughout high school and maybe even getting into college level. And this, I do believe, would be a question better suited for Matt or Nick. Are there any local heroes that are currently climbing the ranks that you guys listened to when you were growing up?
Growing up, I don't know. It's an interesting question. When I was growing up, a lot of the bands that I was like listening to were like, you know, a lot of older bands that weren't really around and had the chance to be up and coming. You know, I was older when I was coming into the local scene and stuff like that, and I was seeing bands around me. I will say, like, bands that, you know, are like sort of up and coming now from the, you know, Sydney scene. Well, obviously Speed, they're taking over the world. But another one that I love represents Shady Nasty. It's really good to see them doing cool stuff in the local scene and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff I listened to was pretty old, so they didn't have the chance to be, you know, up and coming at the time.
Right. It was more like looking through the history books as opposed to opening up and writing a brand, like a fresh novel, or even being alongside the author who was writing in the local scene lore right in front of you.
Definitely. Like, I mean, Tom Araya, he already made it, but it's always good to see him do some stuff, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and like, I think for me, lots of the bands that were sort of going when we were first, like when the band was first kicking off, like lots of them have either broken through and they're now like touring overseas, or heaps of them that we used to like tour with and hang out with are just done.
Yeah.
Like the Sydney deathcore scene, or the Australian deathcore scene for a little while, like was very solid, and then around the time that To the Grave like took a break, like Dane was explaining earlier, all the crew of bands we were with kind of were all like breaking up or all around the same time. Yeah.
Fair enough. What are some bands that you can name that that ended up having those important scene quaking changes and stuff?
Oh, definitely like Thy Art, like, you know, hands down in terms of like Australian deathcore and even like global deathcore at this point. Like,
Thy Art have definitely, like, it was cool going from seeing them at like Scout Hall, Youth Center shows.
Like that was my first ever show, was like Thy Art Is Murder at Masonic Hall. It was like a crappy little community center, so unbelievably up close to them. Like, you know, there was no stage. You were there on their equipment, constantly falling onto their equipment. And it was like a great experience because, like, you know, the first the first note of the first song of the first band, my mate got punched. Dusk again. He got punched square in the head. I was like, all right, cool. This is what I'm in for. This is great. What a sick drummer.
Yeah.
And before that show that Nick's talking about, maybe a couple of years before, when they were like massive here, but hadn't really broken through outside of like Australia, tried to see them at that same Masonic Hall, and you couldn't get in. Like, the show was so packed, it was over capacity. The first support band started and the cops shut it down because the promoter hadn't hired security. It was a fire hazard. Like, there was so many people in there. And yeah, so we, like, the first time I went to go see them, we didn't even get in. Like, as we got there, people were being like
escorted out.
Yeah, moved on by the cops. Yeah, and then there's bands that like we've toured with quite a lot, like Justice for the Damned and Alpha Wolf, who are massive now.
Yeah, I definitely see a lot more artists coming out of the Australian scene, and that's why I'm trying to get all of them on the show as soon as possible alongside you guys, because, like, I mean, To the Grave kickstarted this show, and now since then we've had Xenobiotic, which I love. They kind of remind me of like the Australian Ingested, whether vocally speaking or with the consistent energy in their death metal / deathcore sound. But then you jump to the more metalcore vein of the Australian scene, because if I can't lie, like, I never got into Parkway Drive like other people did. And with me, Diarda's Murder, I kind of dropped off with them with the new Godlike cycle. Something just didn't really click with me with that album. But, you know, that's just a perspective thing. Above Below, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of them, but
yeah,
that's probably that's probably like one of the biggest bands from Australia, or like, I don't know, they just feel like they're going to be doing massive things one day, and I definitely want to get them on the show as soon as possible. And more or less, they've already confirmed that they want to get on the show, so shout out to that future Above Below session when we get that recorded. But I mean, quite literally, just, I don't know, like Veil of Maya style, just like with how flirty and romanticized the metalcore part of it is, but definitely some heavier parts. I'm looking forward to talking with those guys, and I'm looking forward to them getting a full length. That is a peacock.
It's a bush turkey.
Yeah.
Oh, it looked like a peacock to me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like, I go back over to the screen. There's a bird.
Massive.
You got my ADHD going with me.
Yeah.
So I mean, that just kind of speaks and provides limelight, provides some spotlight to some of the up and coming bands, which is super sick. Gravemind, I think, is another one. But you know, we're talking about the country, right? We're talking about Australia in general. Yeah. So I think this would be a pretty good segue to get into question for location. So this is coming from Australia. Like, this is us trying to dive into the mind of a local Australian, right? Same way we did with Dane last time. Question for part A: what is something you can tell us about where you're from geographically speaking, that maybe you've had to correct people on in the past, or something that just kind of stands out for you?
We're not all from Sydney. That's a good one. I live in Melbourne. I've never lived in Sydney.
Yeah.
Do you mean like us as a band being from Australia, or like us as individuals from like where we're from?
Yeah, use individuals. Like, what's something that kind of sticks out in your mind about where you were, you know, the country you were born and raised in? This could be a positive or negative thing. This is all about a transparent critique of the homeland.
I mean, I feel like I've said this before, and I'll most definitely say it again, but Sydney is a really weird place. It's a really beautiful city, right? It's a really beautiful place. You know, you look outside, there's a lot of greenery, a lot of really nice buildings, but it's got a terrible personality. Yeah, it's like, but Melbourne, on the other hand, is like the exact opposite. You know, like you know, she's not that good looking on the outside, but like on the inside, man, she's got a heart of gold. She's like the best personality.
You say Melbourne's ugly?
I didn't say that.
You know, where you live, you can't even do fucking U-turns.
Yeah, well,
yeah, exactly. All your streets are fucking crisscrossed. Here, grid patterns. You can
Yeah,
go
when
anywhere.
you get your weird little hook turns and all that sort of crap, like it makes.
You know, there's 2 places in the city you do a hook turn, and if you're driving there, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and then so apparently
Exactly.
your entire state has to like make sure that they pass that on exam because of like 2 turns in the CBD.
No, you don't. Get your facts right before you criticize Melbourne.
All right, look, fair call, fair call. I don't understand the roads and maritime services in Melbourne, in Victoria. I'll put that in your court.
So to not get into the Sydney versus Melbourne argument, I'll leave that to those two. Something about Australia that everybody, that lots of people overseas don't realize is just how big it is, but how like loosely populated it is. So Perth to Sydney is basically the same as LA to New York. I think I've said this before in other interviews. So it's the same width as the United States, but there's like 5 cities in Australia. Yeah. So in America, where you can do a 30-day tour driving cross country, in Australia, there's 5. You do 5 shows.
Fair enough. I mean, Google Maps fooled me.
Yeah. Well, there's like towns and stuff in between, but like nobody drives from Perth to Adelaide because there's nothing. It's fucking desert. That's half a week of driving to do nothing.
Yeah.
So
So perhaps, maybe Australia so far, since it was established, maybe it's considerably like underpopulated and like it has yet to fulfill its potential compared to such a massive country like Russia or the United States. It's kind of the impression I'm getting.
Correct.
No, not really. I
There's
wouldn't say it
nothing
really is.
in the middle. Like
You can't. It's inhabitable.
Yeah.
It's although just if you go to some places
around the edges and then desert. Sorry, Nick, go on.
Sorry. I was going to say, like, if you go to some places, they're building towns underneath the ground. Like, in the depth.
Oh, that's weird. Are you sure those aren't bunkers?
I mean, that doubles up, right?
That's cool. And see, that's exactly the stuff I want to hear about is like, basically you have this country that on Google Maps looks a lot smaller than the United States. And I'm kind of getting different impressions that, it kind of, there's just a lot less going on so far, but it's just a matter of potential. It's a matter of how they want to try to create communities, create brand new cities, possibly in the future. And I'll definitely look forward to learning more about that as time continues on. From the perspective of other bands, that should be really fun to hear about. Like, oh yeah, we saw that session, and yeah, definitely like 3 more cities have been established. It's like, what? And most of them are underground. What? Because we don't do that here. So
Well, if you want a really different perspective, talk to the bands from Perth because they are, they're basically not in contact with us. We have no idea what's going on over there.
If I can manage to Make Them Suffer on the show, that would be fucking sick. But you'll further notice they're too big, and their DMs are probably blown the fuck up. So question 4, part B, would you say your history in the place that you grew up and where you were born in affected the way that you would write music? And again, this is coming from more or less a personal standpoint as opposed to strictly like you as a musician.
I think it affects the attitude, like of how, because we get all, it's an international community now, so we get all the overseas bands as influences, but I think the attitude of being driven and competitive is like a big part of what helps bands from Australia actually get heard overseas. We're such a small scene here because there's just, such a small population of the country. So the metal scene's even smaller. So to get heard overseas, you have to be switched on, driven, and it makes the scene quite competitive here because everybody's trying to get out.
Yeah, I like
to,
that. That's
like to get something going, to actually have some sort of career, to have sustainable touring, you have to get overseas.
right. Yeah, that adds a whole different animal to it, because it's a lot easier to do any of that when you're from the United States or when you're in the UK. It's
Yep.
like basically the same level of, oh yeah, there's like actually thousands of bands doing the same exact thing you are. So how are you different? And over in Australia, it's like, well, this is kind of like the first few generations of metal in which we have to get recognized by other countries. Like maybe perhaps, because I remember that the conversation that Dane brought up, and we kind of agreed in comparing the approach to doing tattoo, being in the tattoo industry, to that of Japan, right? How it used to be very, very illegal. Maybe it's kind of the similar thing. Maybe it's similar in the way that maybe Australia still is kind of like, metal is for like Satanists. Like, what are you doing? Like, would you say you could compare it to that? Like,
No, it's not. There's not like as much of a stigma on it or anything like that. Like, it's not culturally inappropriate. It's just that there's a smaller market. So,
okay,
you know, there's fewer people, there's fewer bands, there's only 5 cities to play.
right.
So you've got to do something. You've got to be good for anyone to care. And then you've got to make enough noise for people overseas to hear you, for it to actually start moving along properly.
Fair enough.
Like we're a big country, but a lot, you know, less dense of a population. You know, it's like our entire country has got like, you know, just over double what is in just Tokyo, which is like a single city in Japan, for example. So it's like, you know, that's a big part of the reason why the scene is in a quote unquote flourishing over here, I think.
Right. Jack, how would you contribute to that? Do you agree with them? Like,
Yeah, I'd say it's very. You've only got your one spots and you can't overdo it. Like, I guess there still are like regional tours and stuff, but like there's not that many people in comparison, so you can't do like massive tours.
Which is kind of a shame when you think about it, because you'd think that like international bands would want to be able to see like the regional parts of Australia, because like there are a lot of the beautiful parts. You know, a lot of the cities look not that don't look the same. It's a lie, but you know, the regional parts are cool. But you know, you can't make money out there. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
There's no there.
fair enough. And going into the future, being that To the Grave, Thy Art Is Murder, those kind of franchise Australian deathcore bands, because apparently that's a new breed. It's a lot more aggressive. It's a lot more passionate compared to other countries. Then that's just my personal opinion. How do you guys plan to continue making it your all in accomplishing and keeping those strategies in mind from the perspective of someone who lives in a less dense country as far as population? Like, what do you guys do? Pardon me. What do you gentlemen plan to do to continue that momentum?
For the band?
Yeah.
I think what we've sort of come to with this latest album is like writing music that we personally love. That was the whole focus of Everyone's a Murderer, was to just make what we wanted to do, with less thought to outside influences, to trying to write something that people were going to connect to. We just wanted to have fun. We just wanted to write something that we loved. And it's going to be cool doing that with Nick more involved, because Nick joined the band towards the end of the process of making that record. So that's exciting. And I think that making music that you're passionate about is more infectious, that people connect with it easier than chasing a trend or, you know, just doing someone else's sound. So I think just doubling down on being us is the plan for the future.
Cool. Nick, Jack, how would you guys answer that question? Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, like, the music side of things is kind of like, I can't speak for the other guys. I'm sure it's pretty similar, but I'd probably still be doing the music stuff, whether or not it'd be a part of the band or not. Even if I was just like left in a cave, and like the music stuff was always going to be there. So it's like the
Right.
passion is quite easy. It's just more about finding the excitement when you've lost inspiration. But the good thing about that is, like, when you're in a group of people that are as passionate as all of these guys, like the writing, it's great. Every step of it is fun, and it's like trying to find motivation, inspiration. It's not challenging, so it gets easier as you go. Granted, there are different challenges, but it's still sick.
Badass.
Yeah. To go off that, I guess now we're kind of in our own little bubble. We don't really look like outside the bubble anymore. We're kind of just working as doing what we like inside our bubble. I don't know a better way of saying it. I feel like that's kind of what it is now. We're just all on the same page, like finally as a band. We're all in agreement with everything. It's just fucking easy. Smooth sailing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, question 5, and I definitely do think that this would apply better to all 3 of you gentlemen, would be regarding gear. Are you a gearhead? What's your current setup? And what's your dream setup if you want to acquire any more gadgets and gizmos?
Yeah, go on, Nick.
Me,
What's our lifestyle?
well, our lifestyle. I've got the part of the dream setup. I've got this thing. This man is cooking up a bit of a library for us at the moment. He's a one man wizard. I'm really excited to see what he cooks up for us. Actually, the man's name is Jack Simioni. Honestly, I feel like Jack and Matt are a bit more actual gearheads than I am. I'm more of like a digital nerd when it comes to that side of things. So in terms of gear, maybe like some of these guys can take that away.
Yeah.
But what's your gear though? That's like Nick.
What is my
He says, I have a PC. That's all I need.
Honestly, that's all you need. All you need is a PC. Now, for my life setup, I run a Kemper. I've got it right here next to me, always ready to go. And I plug that in. I didn't actually play it for a very long time before these guys asked me, so I'm glad that I didn't get rid of it, because that would have been a really bad situation. So I run an Ibanez through that, and big part of the dream setup, actually, Fishman. I would love to have a pair of Fishman pickups in there, definitely, and 7-string only. None of this 8-string business.
Cool.
What model of Ibanez do you have? What is it?
Beats me. I don't know. It's a nice Ibanez RG something. RG7 something. It's what I mean. I'm not like a physical...
Why is it, Nick, you dickhead? Why is it in that case? You're not endorsed by them. It's meant to be in your Enki.
I've got Enki right here. I've got my other one in there. See, look, I was at work and I had to take my guitar to work to play. Okay, look, give me a break.
Yeah, but you got to admit that case you put it in.
Always ready to go to protect my gear when I'm on the go. Always looking after me. Also serves as a good holder for your leads and stuff like that. Inside of that is also an Ibanez. I'm pretty sure this is the same as the black one. Whatever model this is.
Ooh, that's gorgeous, is what that is.
So imagine this, but just matte black, and then tuned down like a fifth, because it's like, what are we playing? Like drop E or something like that? Low stuff. I never played in tunings that low beforehand.
Okay.
An octave lower? What the fuck?
Jack,
that's cool.
do you want to make some corrections there and get the gear on track?
So Nick plays 2 Ibanez iron labels. One of them is a baritone.
Thank you.
The pickups, they're in talks right now. I'm getting that sorted for you. The case you had it in was terrible. You have to admit that case is inferior to the Enki product.
Enki is the best thing I've ever had in my entire life.
It is, yeah. That all other cases are dog shit. You might as well just fucking drag it behind you. And then we both play. Can't tee it together. We both play the same Kemper patches. We have 5 per set. We have a regular rhythm, we have, unfortunately, it kind of goes back to older material, the semi-tone down and up, stupid noise, which isn't on the new album anymore.
Mhm.
That exists still. Then we have a fuzz tone.
Mhm.
You don't have this one yet. I'm going to give it to you. And we have a fourth one, a fuzz and octave down tone. Yeah. And then we have a lead tone, which you might want to change because it's probably, Anyway, that's the five sounds required to play a To the Grave set, other than the backing tracks.
What?
What's up the lead sound? I was about to say shreds.
Yeah, but I don't want you to sound like me. You got to make it individual.
I get you. It does shred.
What guitars are you playing, Jack? That's what people are really going to want.
I'm getting there, Matt. You get your chance in a second to fucking yap.
Not trying to rush you. Just trying to make sure that you get everything out there that people would be interested in.
Let's start from the start again. What have I got? So, obviously endorsed by Fishman pickups. So all my guitars have Fishman pickups in them. I really like them. They sound good. They're the only pickups that don't make an 8-string sound like fucking cardboard. So I got them both. I've got it's pretty rare. It's a 1 of 14 limited run. 1 of 14, 1 of 40. It's one or the other. RG228 in Galaxy White. That is my main guitar. That is the guitar that wrote and recorded this album, director's cuts and offcuts. And then my new backup, because I used to have a 7-string backup, which wasn't ideal. I have purchased Ibanez M8, so the Meshuggah one. And yeah, obviously both got Fishmans, both got Diodario strings, the best strings in the game. Fuck all the other ones, they're dog shit. And then what else? So that's like kind of my thing. We both run the little Kemper pedal boards. Nick's never used his before. And then for picks, I don't actually have one here, do I? Anyway, the ones I use are not these ones, the regular ones. They're the T3 ones. So they're like the Jazz 3 shape, but they're like this big and they're a bit sharper. Pretty much the workhorse ones. So
Don't listen to any fancy names. As long as it's small and it's hard, it works.
Yeah, and you're going to drop that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. You don't even know what you're using.
Yes.
Also, you didn't even mention how you plug your guitar in. I use one. We're gonna be upgrading soon, but I use one of the little Shure wireless, the pedal one that has the screen on it. It's not bad. It's on 2.4, so Wi-Fi frequency, so it's pretty dog shit in terms of that. But yeah, Matt, you can say your bit, and then do you want to explain the rack, or do you want me to?
I'll start, and then you can jump in. I'll get to the rack.
I'll let you have a shot.
Yeah. So I play ESP basses. At the moment, I'm playing the ESP Orion 5. It's the older Behemoth Signature Edition.
Ooh.
Yep, great sounding bass. It's comfortable. It's light. It sounds fucking awesome. It's the best bass I've ever played. It's sick. All my guitars and basses are ESPs.
What do you think about the bass brands? Shit, eh?
The what? Other bass brands?
Yeah, not a fan, eh? The fucking crap.
Why do I even need to talk about it? Like,
Yeah.
in my mind, there's ESP and that's it. So everything else is irrelevant. Live, real simple, wireless, tuner, compressor, dark glass, straight to front of house. The whole band's on in-ears. We don't run cabs on stage anymore. Everything's, the boys are all digital. The only thing that's on the stage making noise is the drums. Yeah, my live rig is real simple. I've got like a room full of amps and guitar pedals. I love nerding out over that shit. Recording the albums, Jack and I are always throwing pedals in front of stuff and fucking around with it. That's where that fuzz tone came from. We started with.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's also a lot of people said the guitar tone now sounds like shit. What's funny is it's the exact same guitar tone, but with a blend on top of it. So, you know, each their own. Director's cuts and that is the same guitar tone.
Yep. Yeah, and then the live rig that Jack alluded to. So that is basically a system of splitting the stage inputs from our rigs and from the drums splits it into front of house, obviously. It's all pretty standard stuff. So that goes to be mixed for the PA, and then the other feed goes to our in-ears. We used that for the first time on the US tour last year. It was sick. We were way tighter playing with in-ears. And Jack's just been on a mission the last couple of months to upgrade that rig because it was thrown together pretty quickly before that tour. I built the initial rig in like 2 weeks before the US tour, from like didn't own any of it to having it tested and ready. But it was, you know, not ideal. So Jack's been on a quest to upgrade it and make it bulletproof. It's going to be awesome.
It does seem like Jack is like the main mind when it comes to just making sure that everything sounds good. Like, I'm definitely getting that impression. He's like, yo, this is dog shit. We need this, this, and this. Shut the fuck up. I'll talk about it. I'm like, I kind of like that energy.
Jack's got the energy about it for sure.
Look, when you play 30 shows in a row and you have to, and you have 15 minutes after you play to pack up, you kind of like all the upgrades we've done to the rig and shit. It's like in the past, we haven't used patch panels and shit like that. So like our fucking snake that comes out of IEM to the stage box, we used to coil up and put underneath it. And I was like, nah, fuck that. So all that shit, like PowerCon, instead of having all these power leads droop out the back now, everything's just like plug in, fucking less wear and tear.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, I built the rig and made it work, and then Jack made it neat and efficient.
Right.
Which is it's kind of how a lot of things work for the like live sound. I would say it's like, you know, one of us has the idea and then it gets bounced around and tightened up.
It's all about efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
And we also learnt the hard lesson about running Sennheiser G4 transmitters, having the ears inside the rack. We learned that the hard way. When you're on the other side of the stage, they don't reach. So now we've upgraded to a combiner with a big paddle antenna.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pro as.
Mm-hmm. Jack's house has been cluttered with cables and wires and packages for the last month.
Yeah, it looks like I've been fucking stripping copper.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for talking to me about the setup, the live gear, basically everything gear relevant to the grave for the recording process or for the live. Like, we haven't really had that before, so thank you. Question 6 would be, what lessons have you learned as a person or musician, and how did those lessons drive you? Or how could they apply to others trying to accomplish what you have so far? And this is a question for everybody as individual people.
God, I don't know.
While I think of that one. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bad. I don't know. I haven't got shit worked out yet. So I'm no better than the common person. I am the common person, so I mean, I guess that's a place to start. Like, just like even though the band's something, we're still pretty fucking regular people. We're actually probably, you know, a bit weirder, but like we're fucking normal as shit. Like there's nothing special to us, I guess. It's a good way. That's like the way I see it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I would say if I was gonna like, take what Jack just said and make it into like a little nugget of advice, like being humble, I guess, and not having like an attitude about how your band's going is definitely part of like what we do. That it's pretty rare, but if someone starts to get a little bit of an attitude, like the rest of the boys will sort of give you a bit of a metaphorical slap in the face until you get together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like advice. I'd say just like be involved with what's going on. Like, if you want your band, if you want your band to get somewhere, like go to other people's shows, hang out, get to know people.
Yeah.
And just have fun with it. Like, we do this because it's fun. Like, if we wanted to be rich, we'd all be, doing something else, investing in crypto or some shit. Like.
Yeah, fair enough. It's like be in the present, but not only you yourself as a person be in the present, but make sure that your band as a unit is in the present. And make sure that you're all on the same level. Make sure that you all are truly just acting as one being, one sentience. And then, because of that symbiotic relationship between multiple people, also make sure that that sentience is interacting with others around the scene. Because if you can't reach out and if you can't interact with other sentiences, other groups, other bands in the community, then there's no way that you can expect to make that overseas jump like most Australian bands have to do.
Yeah,
I like that.
And then the other thing is like, we're just going back to like what Jack was saying about us all being on the same page now.
Right.
It's like everything we do is for the band. No one is like trying to get their own individual name out there. No one's focused on like, well, what can I get out of it? It's like, what can the band do? What can each of us do to move the band's goals along?
I like that.
It's a very cool vibe of like teamwork and helping each other.
Yeah,
now.
I think as well too. Like I know, so like a lot of people, they'll be in the band but it's hard to say how to explain and articulate. But like, I think for us, at the end of the day, we play a show or whatever. It's just us. We're all hanging out. We want to be there. We all fucking have the same humor and shit like that. There's like, when you have, a bad way to be is like the minute the show ends and all the other bands are gone, you're in the van wanting to be in the other bands type thing. That can be pretty fucking like,
Annoying.
heard it happen. And that's like pretty bad. Shit like that. Fucking, at the end of the day, like, you can want to push and like do all this stuff. At the end of the day, it's always going to be hard work. You always got to do this, but like, if you're not in the circle, in your bubble, it's like so much fucking harder.
Yeah, if you can't comfortably depersonalize, right? And we're using that sentience, that one being metaphor again. If you cannot comfortably depersonalize and take action, make choices with the rest of the band as the band, it's like, what are you doing? If you want to break off and attempt to leech onto and attach yourself to another sentience instead, weakening that sentience that you're already a part of, just like a parasite, or even maybe a sickness, right? Like the flu jumping from one person to the next, right? If you're not focusing on doing your best where you're at,
Yeah.
And instead you're jumping to somewhere else where, well, you haven't even gotten started as far as trying to feed off of that organism, then chances are you're not going to last long. You know, if you join a band, if you join a project, and if you join a bigger effort, stick with it and depersonalize yourself. If you deep in your heart can comfortably just kind of disassociate, be like, I'm no longer Dane, this is To the Grave. I am To the Grave, and the rest of the boys are too. So let's see what we can do as To the Grave. That's kind of what I'm understanding.
Yeah, and it's not even like, some people might hear the way you've explained that, and I'm sure people that have been around previously have felt that like that's a thing of like giving up themselves or their independence or opportunities or whatever. But it's not. It's about like blending in with the group. Like when we're together for writing or on tour or to work on the record, it's like it's a hang. It's fun. Like you fit, like Jack was saying, you finish the show, you're back hanging with the boys in the van, and like the experience doesn't stop because you finished the show. You're not missing anything by not being like at the show anymore.
Right.
You're like, oh, now I get to go and, you know, talk shit for 3 hours before I pass out in my bunk in the RV, you know, like what dumb shit is going to happen on this drive to the next show? What goofy shit are Nick and Dane going to be talking in the accommodation at 3 a.m. keeping me awake?
Yeah, fair enough. But you do have a point though, because the way I worded it, the metaphor that I used, even comparing it to a flu trying to attach themselves to an organism, like that definitely has a negative context to it. But disclaimer, that's not what that was not.
No, you're sweet.
Yeah, like if I was to add on to all of this, you know, I suppose like leading up to all of that, until you find that sort of group that you love, like you got to get going back to like the meeting people. Like if you want to be able to, you know, get out there and make it, and you know, make meeting people but you know, benefit to you, all you have to do is go like play a show, like join some random band, you know, play a show, and then whoever you play with, just go and tag along with them for the rest of the tour, and then they'll ask you to join a band 4 years later, and then you'll be doing
Yeah,
fair enough.
That worked for you, didn't it?
I like that. Cool. So I mean that's really just talking about the lessons. Second to last question, so we'll be pretty quick with this. 5 character slots, whether new favorite artists, albums, singles, or people that pushed Everyone's a Murderer to its final state from your perspective.
I like to give a shout out to my parents. That's 2. Shout out my girlfriend. Shout out the band. I don't know about the 4th one, the 5th one.
Maybe Jack, for you specifically, what's an album you were listening to a lot while you guys were like kind of piecing together this album?
To be fair, when it comes to writing, I kind of like, I don't want to sound like another band. So like,
yeah, you're good.
During that period, I don't think I listened to anything.
You don't want that pollution.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to sound like us, I guess.
Less of the one thing that did come up that was less of like we want to sound like this musically, but we just mentioned it as like a vibe, was like wanting to go back a bit to what deathcore was sort of sounding like when it first started, when it was a mix of death metal and hardcore, because we talked a lot about that's the point where all our tastes cross over, is all of us like death metal, all of us like hardcore.
Yeah,
and we want to really like capture that vibe of like not what deathcore is now. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's just that evolution of where it is now with bands that are releasing records today, that's fine, but that's what they're doing. And we wanted to sort of go back a bit to what felt exciting to us.
Yeah.
And just as an example of it, not that it's, like I said, not that it's like a musical influence really, but like as an example of that, like Suicide Silence, The Cleansing was like a vibe that we sort of threw around as an example.
Much less how it sounds, and like, because like it's not like rip it off. It's more so what Matt means is deathcore. Like deathcore now is like, it's deathcore Reddit in a fucking thing. It's like, it has to sound like this is the fucking box. You don't leave the box. You don't do anything different. And then you get criticized because you don't do anything different. But that's fucking boring. Like, I like songs where we want unpredictable nature of songs, like stuff that isn't meant to be in there. That's like, you know, like just like fucking, oh, it goes to this part, like less structures, like, because OG deathcore, like proper, like OG shit was like fucking, it was just a fucking mix of like death metal riff, then this, but then there'd be a fucking random part that sounds like Deftones or like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
A
that
little bit
type
of
of
that
shit.
shoegaze ambience to catch you off guard and even counter the counterculture. That's been one of my phrases recently, because you want to surprise those who want to be surprised all the time, but then they end up getting themselves in that bubble, and well, that becomes elitism, that becomes gatekeeping. So you want to continue countering the counterculture and see who then counters that counterculture, like, and this goes kind of back and forth. So,
but it was less outside focused than that, and more about what, at this point in the writing, it was what Jack, Dane, and myself were into.
Yeah.
And what made us happy. And
right.
Sometimes it's cool to go from like a death metal riff to a two-step to a breakdown. Like,
yeah,
you know, we'd throw the changes together. We'd arrange, you know, part of a song and listen back to it and just sit back and be like, you know, bopping our heads, and like, you know, the new bit kicks in and suddenly everyone in the room's grinning because it's fucking cool. It scratches that itch. Yeah, and that's all we wanted to do was just throw all the stuff that we like in and not really worry about if it fit in with anything, if anyone outside of us was gonna like it. Like,
right.
Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have done your more serious homework with Global Warning. That would then become Epilogue. You guys had that. That was the beginning of your legacy under Unique Leader Records. And then Director's Cuts. Definitely, I got a more serious, like, hey, everybody should stop eating meat, but also we write deathcore. So, boom, to the grave. Like, that's kind of the impressions I got from Director's Cuts. Off Cuts completely altered that trajectory. It's like, yeah, we did all this before, but we also want to give you a little bit of musical DLC. There's some acoustic shit in here. It still talks about everything we care about, but it's like, hey, this is what we want to do. We want to continue surprising you whilst also building our identity. And then with this one, with Everyone's a Murderer, I can easily say that going back and utilizing Suicide Silence's The Cleansing as an example, as opposed to being a cover band, you guys more or less wanted to throw a kind of MySpace era deathcore play. That's the fun part as well. And that happened to accumulate into Everyone's a Murderer. You're like, oh, well, MySpace era deathcore, you know, you're dancing across the screen or something, and then you have kids butchering animals, and you're like, well, oh my God, to the grave. Like, I'm sure you can kind of piece that play together. But as opposed to being a cover band, you guys wanted to do a Edgar Allan Poe Renaissance play about MySpace era deathcore, and then it happened to build the imagery, build the album cover, and then you guys wrote the music.
I don't think not much of the album sounds like MySpace deathcore.
No,
I kind of get what you mean.
Yeah,
it's more so music used to have no rules. Is probably the best way to put it.
Right.
not the actual sonic sound of it. That's what we were saying. Was that's because if you have art and you have to have rules, then it's not really art then.
They are. Nope.
And we actually did have Dane. I'll give you a little bit of an insider bit of info here. Dane loves a list on a whiteboard, and when we were writing, rule number 1 on the whiteboard was there are no rules. So that was like anytime it was like, I don't know if we should do that. It's like, hey, rule number 1, let's just do it.
Yeah, fair enough. Do what makes you feel great, even if the reception, the response from listeners could be different. It's like you're doing this for you, and that's what's most important about this record. And I can hear how, from the creator standpoint, it first entertains you, so you're fulfilled, and you're like, you know what? It might not be the cleansing part 2 because we're to the grave, we're not Suicide Silence, but also we look back to history. And that's the only reason I mentioned the play, is it's almost like an exaggerated way of telling the story, or trying to tell the story of the music that you guys love, and then it became that album. That's I don't know. That's another metaphor that's conjuring into my brain, but I completely understand where you guys are coming from. So therefore, we have the last question before we conclude this chunk of probably one of the best sessions we will be recording this year, period. What do members, between you, Matt, Jack, and Nick, what do the members of To The Grave do for fun to connect outside of musical creation?
Can I have the question again, please?
Oh, right. So what do the members of To The Grave do for fun to connect as people outside of the musical creation?
Connect to each other.
Yes. Like, how do you guys like become closer friends, and how, maybe more specifically, how have you connected and become closer as friends outside of writing Everyone's a Murderer?
We make fun of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not like you got to have fucking thick skin to be in this band.
You do.
You got to fucking be. You always got to have an eye open. You got to sleep with one eye open because
you learn it real fast as well.
Yeah. It is. It's people who aren't into that type of humor get offended real easily. If you can't take a joke about yourself, you wouldn't last long in this band. But that's also about like being, I think the cool thing about everyone that's in the band now is everybody is authentically themselves. So anything that any of the boys are going to give you shit about, you're in on the joke because you anything you're into or anything you do because it's who you are. And so you're not nervous about being yourself around other people. You're not bothered by anybody making fun of you because it is who you are.
For the record, we're not bullying. Like, it's not bullying type shit. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
But to other people who aren't on the wavelength of humor that we are, I think it would almost seem like bullying. But when everybody's in on the joke, it's not.
It's very aggressive banter. It's just
It's the same way that you have the cast for Jackass, and they've all been brothers for years, but behind the scenes they fuck around with each other all the time, and that's that also kind of makes any seriousness fly out the window, right?
The best way I can describe it is it's kind of like a Hell in a Cell WWE match with a special referee. Right? We all know it's fake, but we all know that there are no bloody rules because the special referee is on as well.
Cool.
That's really good, Nick.
I like that too because it connects the identity of the band behind the scenes to that WWE stuff that, for example, Nick and Dane came to love so much. It's like, it's just It's just a free-for-all match between the guys in the band behind the scenes, and that allows them to also just work together so well and not fucking take everything in life so seriously, especially when they're working together. But that also then, when you take away that seriousness, I think that just makes for such more entertaining and fun, loose, but still heavy to the grave. And gentlemen, I think that's a great way to go ahead and end this chunk of the Anatomy Crosscast, episode 84. We are concluding now on 5:22 p.m. And last but not least, we will be talking with Dane. About a week from now, we will be lyrically dissecting the record. Until further notice, cannot wait for him to tell all those stories. And yeah, we'll see you guys then.
Thank you, mate. Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Pleasure.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between over on Sean Cross, welcome to, for lack of a better term, the epilogue, the concluding fourth chunk of the Anatomy Crosscast, going full circle, people, after 3 years, bringing back to the grave the first band we happened to interview. And like I said at the beginning of this session, there were 2 other bands, there were 2 other personalities, but well, things fell through. And hopefully we can also return to commissioning a public space in an isolated room. That way people walk by and they can be like, whoa, what's going on in there? Who's he talking to? It's like, well, this is Sean Cross from the Anatomy Crosscast. That was always the dream, is after perfecting the formula, which I believe we have now, getting up to what will be episode 84. Well, now we just kind of look back and kind of take a breath and realize all the mistakes we made, but also all of the amazing improvements that we've made. Like I just said to Dane, I wanted to provide a brief shout out to both Brandon O'Neill from Vile Revelation, Uwugasm, and Abaddon for suggesting that basically after the point of our debut podcast session earlier this year with Vile Revelation to promote their EP, Cast from Eden, well, he suggested that we do album listening sessions with the band before we even get the show started. And let's just say that's improved a lot of things. And then part 2 with our good friend Dane Evans here, which it's been a real pleasure talking with him on the show for the first time. He then suggested that out of a sense of realism, empathy, and just keeping all parties considered, well, from now on, you guys will basically be seeing 3-hour sessions kind of combined over the course of a month or 2. That way, at a time, right? We're not doing 4.5 hours in one go, but over time, especially if there are 5 or 6 members in the band, and if they decide to do this, well, that's how we will be making those massive sessions, just making it easier and more plausible, hopefully more inviting for all of the hundreds of bands who might be on this show going into the future after episode 84. But most importantly, people, this is the meat and bones of the Anatomy Crosscast. This happens to be my favorite part because both me and Dane are pretty in-depth lyricists. So now we shall be going under the skin of To the Grave's third full-length album, Everyone's a Murderer, coming out this next Friday. After all, it's the 25th of August. It's really awesome to be here and to be going under the skin of a To the Grave record in the first place. But this one, people, it was just so much fun. And I know that there are going to be hella stories under the skin of Everyone's a Murderer. But start off on a more human level. Dane, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the sexy new format. Get used to it. You know, thank you, bro. Yeah, it's good to. It's always good to chat with you, and getting very hectic now in the lead up to everything, man. It's like it's a weird calm before the storm that we never usually have, so it's kind of different. But
absolutely. And if I may provide context, not only do they have an album coming out this next Friday, but for those of you who do not know, They are embarking on a U.S. local tour with Oceano, Half Me, and Victims across the United States. I will be seeing them once they come through town to Phoenix, Arizona. I believe it's the 6th of September, like maybe the 11th. It's somewhere around there. It's like closer
Something
to the
like that.
beginning. Yeah. So I'll be seeing them. Anybody who wants to say hi to either me or, of course, To the Grave, because, you know, that's the band there. It's not me playing. Be sure to come say hi, because I definitely know I'll be hanging around the table with Dane and the boys a lot when I can. But I'm looking forward to that storm as well as they come back through town.
Yeah.
So going under the skin of Everyone's a Murderer. Well, we understand this to be a very fun record. I think it's a very fun record. So we kind of enter right into a hypothetical imaginary scenario. So I quote, either think of it as a graveyard, library, movie store, or buried time capsule analogy. If your album wasn't an album, what creative medium would you prefer for Everyone's a Murderer?
Ooh. Interesting question. All right. I'm a big artist outside of the music. I love, you know, obviously my tattooing and stuff like that, but I feel like the visual part of the band has every bit to do with the broader scheme as the music does, right?
Yes.
So man, if sometimes a good artwork can carry things so far and can carry a message or even a piece of music so far, can make it make more sense, can make it there's so many things like that. So man, I would straight up say like a human painting or something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, just straight acrylic. Yeah.
I mean, that's really cool. And that's the thing too. Before we've had shout out to Swedish band Gluttony, because they were a fan of Night of the Living Dead and all those classic horror movies that you would collect from the movie store, from like trying to think of it, Blockbuster. There we go. So you collect, you know, those VHS tapes, or those even just kind of tinier tapes from the Blockbuster. So they actually describe their one of their albums as like a horror movie, and looking on the back and then describing like a movie, like this is a testament of the dead or whatever. And then we've had plenty of books. I think one of my favorite ones that we did was with a band called Parasitic Embodiment. They're one of those new wave MySpace deathcore bands, and we ended up imagining someone walking into the woods and finding a shrine, and then there was a book buried beneath the shrine. You got that up, and that would be their album cover, blah, 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 blah. So in this case, this is challenging, but I like this challenge. We are simply talking about a painting as opposed to the music.
Sean, I reckon I can give you a better answer then, because you've given me the, like, I have to. All right. Acrylic thing, sure. That's safe enough, man. So I guess if I do want to focus in on this album a little bit more, man, it does. I grew up as a fucking like a proper vandal, right? Like I was getting in a lot of trouble doing graffiti, and that's how I ended up getting into my like doing art and everything like that. And I feel like just those days taught me a lot. But man, things I didn't realize until later on in life, like I'd see radical graffiti and not really think much of it until, you know, I get to an age, until I get to an age like I'm at now, and realize that stuff like that is really an outcry from parts of the world where, you know what I mean? Something so little with can do so much. So a couple of words can do so much, and I think that's why I liked Everyone's a Murderer, and that's why the title stuck with me so much. So like I always thought maybe I've got a stencil somewhere, like a, you know what I mean, like a little stencil cutout that you spray on, and it says
yeah.
It says nothing humane happens in a slaughterhouse. That's the one I've got, and I want to get an Everyone's Murderer one made. So man, if I feel like that would be it.
So
Get
graffiti stencil then, or graffiti.
Yeah. Hard vandalism in the name of fucking getting these animals out of cages, man.
Oh yeah. So in that case, I like this. I like this even more. So then we kind of enter into an imaginary scenario where you are not, the Dane Evans that is the front man, the lyricist of To the Grave. You are a random individual, possibly in the depths of downtown Sydney, Perth, wherever. You go and you just happen to go into the right alleyway and you see this album cover, right? You're thinking to yourself, holy shit. Like, that's a cool logo, for one. There's a whole bunch of kids just mercilessly tearing apart limb from limb, mutilating a cow. And some of them even have smiles on their faces, right? Just the fact that the children are there, especially in today's world and today's context, is very, very creepy and ominous in and of itself. So you see this alternative creative medium depiction of your album cover also in the perspective of a consumer. What would be your first impressions if you weren't, like, what do you think that person would be thinking? Just like, holy shit.
Yeah. So the album cover itself, man, I do feel like that's been what everyone's said to me. They've gone, man, it hits you like a brick, and then you see the kids, and then you have to take a step back.
Yeah.
And I guess that was man, you get it right. In death metal, we get so caught up in not thinking about those little things so much. Until they're in people's faces, and it's like, yeah, man, well, I guess for me it seems so normal and so on my side of the fence to say that, like, kids are taught hate certain animals and to love other animals, whether we realize it or not. That's something that I know, that's something that I feel like is blatantly obvious. But maybe other people getting to make that connection, I guess because I'm so years removed from making that myself, the value of it can be kind of lost on me.
Right.
But I really feel like seeing this kind of thing. That's what people have said to me, man. It's like, wow, you see the mother like feeding a kid an intestine, and it's like, yeah, like I guess so. That's kind of,
dude.
That's the message, man.
It's fucked is what it is, but like it really, I think it's perspective changer. It really changes people's viewpoint on things, because it's like one way that I interpreted it, especially after the context I've been provided, knowing To the Grave to be the band that it was like, dude, it's almost like innocence forced to slaughter. So you have the kids, you have that symbolism of innocence, but even at that age, it's like, man, if you saw a kid tearing a tearing a cow apart like that, just limb from limb, and then on top of that, you have an enabler, right? You have someone who's continuing that tradition of mercilessness. There's a term I kind of designed for that, and it's mostly in regards to Deep South Catholic and like Christian families, how over time, and maybe they live in sundown cities, which adds an even deeper depth of darkness to it. I call it blood washing, because not only are you brainwashing, but you're brainwashing over multiple generations, and the brainwashing itself ends up seeping into the DNA and the blood of these people, and like that's how they live. That's the life that they live. So,
right, blood washing. You said that's wild.
Washing, yeah, blood washing.
I like that. Yeah, it's so yeah. I heard a great quote a little while ago where it was like, I don't know if I said this in the last podcast or not. I feel like I may have, where it was like, if you put you got a baby, you put a rabbit and a piglet in the cot, it's not going to know which one to eat and which one to play with. It's gonna, you know what I mean? And the other thing that kind of hit me like a brick, man, was like, and I feel like I don't do it enough justice when I say it, to the point enough justice. But like, if you taught a child that this spider, this fish, this dog, this cat, this pig, it has every intention, every wish of being here and being happy and healthy as you do, and really, like, we're no more important or less important than them for that. How is that child ever going to grow up and hate someone else based on skin color or anything arbitrary like that? It's non-existent. So
Yeah, if you continue to teach them of an inferiority complex and you indoctrinate them in an inferiority complex, then you have children that think that they're constantly traversing skyscrapers as opposed to being here near the soil. This is a good conversation. I like this. This is good shit.
Straight up,
So, yeah,
all hatred is taught, bro.
Hatred is taught. Exactly, man. And that's the thing too, like, even if it's such a smaller scale than what is the abusive nature of the slaughterhouse industry, you know, just slaughtering animals. I remember being taught, or at least learning, how many people in the world at least have a little bit of an inferiority complex because of how open and willing they are to smash insects at the slightest inconvenience, as opposed to sweeping them up and taking them outside. I remember learning from a very early age, and, you know, this is kind of depressing for a second, but it's okay. Before me and my immediate family settled as far as living anywhere for more than 2 months, I remember before I made any actual friends and actually started my life, I actually just kind of like observed insects, and I would try my best to preserve them and provide them that love and company, because no human being would provide me the company. And that also really kick-started that ideology, that mentality of preserving and nurturing every form of life that you can, especially when it's so incredibly easy to either try to take care of them and raise them into extending their own existence, or just squashing them for the insignificance that they are. I have developed a loathing for folks like that in this world, because there are plenty of them who are like, I hate bugs, you know, squash them, kill them all. I'm like, well, here's the thing. How would you feel if one day some insectoid extraterrestrial species came down, they saw how you treated insects, and then they just wiped you from the earth? How would you feel about that? And I always tell every single person that I feel needs to hear that, even my own immediate family, about that. I'm like, dude, you have to treat every other organism in your ecosystem with that same respect, and not just because maybe you have an innate sense of paranoia regarding that insectoid extraterrestrial species. It's like, don't just nurture life because you are in perpetual paranoia and fear of that what if scenario. Do it because, well, to be honest, most of those insects, dude, there were fucking tarantulas back probably during the Jurassic period, maybe even predating that were the size of fucking horses, dude.
Like, like, it's exactly, it's crazy that we it's so normal, man, because of the world that human beings live in. But it's crazy that that's an intruder. Like, we will always find the way to play victim when there's a mosquito or a, like, and I get it. Like, there are things that like, I'm not I'll say a couple of things to this point, right? Like, I wasn't always like this. I used to be a butcher, bro. I used to I worked at KFC. I used to throw meat at my fucking vegan band members. But then I used to go out and I'd cry my eyes out if I'd see a homeless dog. I would, you know what I mean? The wires never met, and the circle of compassion were two semicircles.
There was almost a selective sense of empathy, and it's exactly what you mentioned earlier, not being able to decipher the importance when you have a pig and a rabbit in the car. It's like, well, I usually eat the pig. I don't really eat the rabbit, and they're hard to catch anyways. What's the easier target? And then you're like, oh shit, I have a targeting mindset. And it's instinct, for sure. Yeah. It's been our instinct to do that for how many years now? You know, how long have we been around? But I think it is important to reflect upon that. And if not convincing everybody else around you to do it, at least take accountability and responsibility for yourself. And if you feel deep in your soul that it's wrong what's being done in the slaughterhouses, then act upon it. Enact new routines, enact new patterns. And that's kind of like where I would extend my perspective upon that, because I'm still a carnivore, and I think back to like just really instinct, and well, they're here for a reason, right? It's just the fact of not abusing them and not compacting them into tunnels like you've talked about on the show. For me, that's kind of where my stance is, but I do find it admirable that there are plenty of folks who are not only willing to completely pluck that from their diet and look to new modern day agricultural science anomalies, right, that allow us to kind of move away from that. But then on top of that, they're being advocates, they're being the voices for these animals. It's admirable. It really is. Yeah, this is why I love talking to people like you, man. This is why I love talking to Dane, for example.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, like it's I will say, so my opinions on all of this have like if you want, and this is why I guess a lot of like vegans don't like me, right? Like I get the most pushback from vegans because of my you know what I mean, like my methods and or whatever, like however I choose to do activism, so it's not necessarily always appreciated. And because I tend to be a bit more of a like I reject the definition of veganism,
right,
where everybody it says hang on if I can remember it, veganism is a practice which aims to exclude as far as possible and practicable all forms of animal exploitation, which I think is bullshit, because as soon as it becomes impracticable for them to not eat animals for whatever fucking reason that they deem necessary, their ethics fall apart. That's why I feel like, you know, veganism has been bastardized, and it should have always been an extension of the human rights we value. And you said it perfectly yourself, the golden rule, right? Like, do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. If you wish something upon others, you should wish, like, you shouldn't have an issue with others wishing it upon yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's animal rights, bro. Just go fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And the thing is, too, I would like briefly extend upon that by saying that if you want to push philosophy as if you're in a cult, then, you know, not calling veganism a cult, just making it dramatic. If you want to push philosophy as if you are in a cult, understand that you're in the cult as well, and understand that you need to you need to act upon what you believe in and do that with yourself before you push it onto others. Because dude, when basically, I think a really good example, kind of rooting back to religion a little bit, because I think we talked about that briefly, how there are plenty of people in higher points of power. There's this one fucking creepy ass pastor here in the US. He's based in Texas. I keep forgetting his name. It's probably better that I do. I think you know what I'm talking about. He just has these like crystal white blue eyes.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, I don't know the guy's name, but I've seen. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So it's like I think of people like that, and I truly think to myself, hey, if you want to push the word of God unto others, then you need to not be an obviously blatantly theistic Satanist behind the scene. Like,
yeah.
It's insane.
That's kind of what I say to a lot of people, man. There's a big thing with like veganism where it's a picnic movement where there's a whole lot of there is enough people where, like, if I go out and I absolutely firmly believe that this is a Holocaust, this is the greatest atrocity we have ever committed and continue to commit on beings that feel everything that we value: pain, suffering, love. And it is on such a scale, it's ridiculous. So when I write a song like Burn Your Local Butcher, and people suggest to me that I should talk about how the environment is actually impacted by slaughterhouses, it's like, would we ever do this when, like, with people being packed into trucks? And if we argued that that was impacting the environment, we would look like fucking ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
So that's why I think, the movement needs to figure its shit out and figure out if this agrees that it's fucked or not. Because if it's fucked, then we need to not be pussies about it, really.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I just remembered the priest. His name is Kenneth Copeland.
Copeland, that's it. Yeah, my god,
dude is so fucking
the fucking crazy eyes. Yeah.
So after that conversation, I think we can go into question 3, part B, which really we've already been talking about the album cover and our impressions of it. You were behind the scenes getting this cooked up, having these important conversations, if not you and the boys. So the question goes as follows. Let's talk about the album cover artist, and then quote, discuss the conversations and ideas that occurred between the band and artists that would produce this image. So let's go ahead and give the artist some credit.
For sure, bro. Yeah, I love doing that, dude. So Damorph, I wish I knew, and even if I did know it, I would probably butcher the pronunciation of his name. He's a Ukrainian dude, so likely did all of this in an active fucking war zone, basically.
Right.
But he was, yeah, man. So in chatting to him about it, we've always kind of gone to him when we needed our really fucked concepts brought to life. He's just great at that. He says a little, does a lot. And this time it was funny. I said it in an interview the other day. He was a little confused about because I'd tossed him a bunch of like I said to you, kind of like animal rights, almost in quote, if you were like devil's advocate propaganda style shit, right? And then there we go. And I said to him, dude, I need something like this. Like, I need something as impactful as this without it being so simple. Let me just try to, I guess, I'll even just try and pull up on my fucking camera. Yeah, like little things like this. If I can switch my camera around. Well, maybe I can't, but like, can you see these guys? Like,
yes.
Yeah, like just boom, I just sent him shit like that, and I was like, hey man, we want our version of this, Okay. We want the thing that's going to be small and impactful. And then he didn't really know what to do, and then we sent the title. Once that was like unique leader knew about it, they were like, yeah, we love that, cool. And he was like, oh dude, done. And then sent us the really, I'll post it one day. He sent us this image, just not colored. I was like,
right.
Don't change anything. This is awesome.
Right.
Yeah. But
super
we
sick.
we did, like, in the lead ups to this, man, we did have a lot of conversations about the art, and it wasn't always going to go in this direction. Like, we had a few that were quite different. Maybe I can leak one here and see if I can. It'll be poorly showed to the screen, but
right. And this is just to show people some animal rights art and just kind of get the activism in there. I think this one with the fork and the animal on it. That's one of the images you pulled up.
Yeah, that one. So I've got it here. Yeah, here we go. Check this out.
Oh shit.
So I don't know if you can see much of that. I'll post it. So like some of the song titles are a bit wrong and all that, but it's basically like it was another angle entirely. It was still using the realistic images, but kind of framed, made to look pretty, but the bloody slaughterhouse floors. Like, so we went a couple of these angles, and it just didn't feel it.
Yeah,
I think the go, man. You're creative. If it doesn't. I made these myself, and I think I must have spent fucking 10 hours on this one in general, and that's too long.
Yeah, agreed. So if I may too, what was the artist from Ukraine? How do you spell his name?
Dae Morph, Morph.
Damorph. Okay, I think I've heard of this guy before. Damorph artist.
He's done some legendary covers.
Okay, so for Hellweed example,
But what, sorry?
The album cover for Hellweed. I think that's the first thing I'm seeing. Art by Daymorph. Okay. That might help. I guess I'll look it up on Facebook then. But just trying to like provide some more spotlight to his stuff. Okay,
If
I think I found it. His profile picture is Jesus or something. Something kind of looking like Okay,
it doesn't look it doesn't look like the guy until you go to his page and it's like, holy fuck, he can. That profile picture, man, like.
All right.
Yeah, like have a look at some of this dude's and everything he posts. He posted one the other day that is like, wow, right? Yeah. Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah. The dude's brain is fucking from another. Yeah.
Oh, this is sick to see. No, this is great.
Yeah, man. So it's just something in his brain, man. That like you go to him and he brings the ideas to life. I feel like if I went to him with a sketch, it would take away so much of the cool shit that he brings, just rubbing his brain cells together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
Like this is gnarly. This is gnarly.
There's the first one I ever saw. I don't. If you fucking scroll down far enough, there was one I saw where it's like. Actually, let me try.
The Party Cannon one. That makes so much sense now.
Yep. Yeah, dude, the Party Cannon one. Look at that thing for hours, right?
Yeah. We had them on recently or earlier this year. Oh, that's such a good album cover.
There's one. There's one that I found years ago, and it stuck with me. Man, the imagery. It's basically like this big book, Codex something.
The Codex of, not the Codex of Flesh, right?
Maybe. Let me have a look.
I think the Codex of Flesh was done by Kalen. Oh yeah, yep. Moments of misanthropy, baby. Moments of misanthropy. We almost had the show earlier this year, but yeah.
Here we go.
And of course, he did your director's cuts.
Again, another. We were in Europe, man, and he sent us this artwork because we were fried and we didn't have any ideas, and it was like, that's magic. Like, look at that.
Dude, I really want to get the 5x5 flag for this one. So good.
Dude, me too. I want that. Fuck. I don't have any of my fucking cool shit. I found the album name, by the way. It's called Bands of Virulency.
Bands of Virulency?
Virulency. If you just want to Google this, you might find the cover.
Okay.
The album's the anthropodermic manuscript of retribution. Some long shit, like.
Oh my god.
But this album cover, man, I saw it when I was like 15 or some shit, and I was like, I need this artist in my fucking life. It's a big, like.
So Dave, Bands of Virulency. That's what I heard. Bands of Virulency.
Virulency. Virulency.
Right. Okay.
And I guarantee it'll be one of the first things that pops up. This artwork of theirs.
Okay.
Fucks me up every time I see it. It's like a big.
Is it for epicardiectomy?
No. The band is called Virulency.
Okay. Virulency. What's the piece called? That might be easier. The album.
Can you see that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I see that. Okay, I found it.
Yep.
Cool.
So it's like a big fucking library.
Yeah.
Big book in the middle made out of flesh and bodies and shit. Yeah, that thing.
Okay.
Absolute insanity.
It's absolute insanity. Exactly.
Yeah.
The anthropodermic manuscript of retribution.
Yeah.
Huh. Mouthful.
I want to go that artwork, love, man, because it's
sweet,
crazy shit.
So then, we kind of go full circle, and after a long time, you ended up hiring this artist Daymorph to help you out with the direct. Well, he randomly sent you it, and then you're like, "Yeah, we absolutely have to make this guy the artist for the new album cover." So then, going all the way frontwards in time, then we have we have Everyone's a Murderer. So what were some of the you said basically you wanted to make sure that the album cover itself just reminded you or reminded him then of just animal rights art, but a more graphic version of that. He provided you the rough draft for this, and then, well, we have the image before we have the image before us.
Pretty much, yeah. And then, like, to give a tiny bit more context, like, it was, I feel like once we got this artwork, and I know it tends to be the opposite direction, like, a lot of the ideas follow, a lot of the art follows the idea. This time, the art really set a lot of pieces into place. It's like the color scheme wasn't always going to be like red and blue again, but it's like now it has to be again. I feel like this is really strong. Little things like that really made it, like I said before, the visuals make such a big thing for me, a large part of the picture, that when we got this artwork, it really did, you know what I mean? The mix had a different context and things like that. It was cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So then we kind of see this before us, and this is drastically different, I think, from anything visually, album cover wise, that you guys have done before. But honestly, if I were absolutely oblivious, maybe I was a 90s or 80s metal gatekeeping elitist and I saw this, I would say, these new kids are trying to emanate like Cannibal Corpse. That's kind of the first impression that I got from this, is just pure, unhinged Cannibal Corpse. But oh wait, there are kids on the album cover? Hold up.
Yeah, man. That's the thing, right? That's what we didn't realize until we'd seen it. It was like, oh man, it's so classic looking. Like, holy fuck, that's perfect for because obviously the last thing we'd seen him do for us was the director's cuts, the guy with the knife or whatever.
Yeah.
Amazing cover. I remember what we told him for that was we wanted our 80s movie poster collage vibe. And he did that. It still looked like modern as fuck and it looked amazing, but it was like, okay, he's got a style. So you go to him for that style. And then, man, when he, like, I don't know if we sent him a song or not, but I know I'd sent him some like lyrics, the song titles, the album title, and he got that classic vibe for us. Which, yeah, then like I said, listening to the mix, looking at this cover, you go, man, it all kind of feels a bit, like harkening back. It's cool. Like,
yeah, no, it's sick. It looks really, really good. So then, we kind of then review, and the conversation goes back and forth. You get this image, and everything's kind of good to go. So then I would say that would be a pretty good segue into doing track by track lyrical analysis for Everyone's a Murderer. So we start off this commentary typically by asking why, quote, everyone's a murderer. Was it instinct, or is there like, this has to be the name? Like, and there, basically that would be the question, is what was the reason behind the album title?
Yeah, this has to be the name. So we of the album name and the song titles and everything like that are very again, another visual component for me. People see that, read that, associate it all. So with director's cuts, again, with the movie title, the movie poster thing, the whole point was this is the cinematic, right? Theatrical, blah blah blah. This time, taking all that off the cards, I really wanted to, I remember the idea that came before the title was I do need a hard, almost like what would like a straight edge band do if they were trying to be annoying about it, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, what the fuck? What's my version of that? What's gonna make people go, all right, they're not playing it like safe anymore? And also, I really love like album titles. Like, let me think about like The Plot in You, Could You Watch Your Children Burn? All Our Gods Have Abandoned Us. All these like kind of long titles.
Yes. I love that you understand the importance and you have a fascination with album titles like that. Because, dude. Like I Write to You, My Darling Decay, Awaken Providence. That was it's a statement. It's a statement.
Yes. Yeah. And it's it can say so much, dude. Yeah, exactly. Like we could do our own fucking. I think when you get it, and like then each title becomes its own like. Yeah, it's a way to fucking hold that thing in glass. I don't know how to explain it. So yeah, with Everyone's a Murderer, man. I remember having variations of this. I don't remember exactly what they were, but a few of them like all are cremated equal. That ended up just being like
that's fucking sick.
Thank you. I know, right? It's looking cool. That's going to be like, all right, it's coming out. Like we've got that as for something else. So like, but no one gets to steal that now because I've said it. This is we had. I'm just trying to remember because there were a couple more, but either way, and then we bounced around.
Oh my god, dude, that is so easy. That's such an easy manipulation instead of all are cremated equal. That's fucking sick. Sorry.
Yeah. It's I think I saw it on where was it, like like a Temu beanie or something. It had like been stitched on the front of some like fucking, eBay ass beanie. And I was like, what? That's such a good quote. Yeah, I don't know. Gold. Yeah. So yeah, and then when we landed on Everyone's a Murderer, dude, it was like when I did. Yeah, I don't know. It's so simple. I remember just like sometimes I'll think of a title and be like, we have to put that to something before someone steals it because it explains my song better than it'll explain their fucking song. But Everyone's a Murderer. I was like, that's so to the grave, bro. Like
it's incredibly to the grave. And then the fact that you have tracks on this album where, good old Spike Cult style, you're just like, this says to the grave or whatever. It's been a little bit since we've listened to it, so do forgive me. I don't know which song I heard that from, or I don't remember which song that's on. But like, dude, those more prolific identity-inducing songs, and then just such an album cover that's like, that has to be to the grave. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Especially if you had a leaker. And it's like one band from Australia is planning to release an album later this year called Everyone's a Murderer. I wonder who it is. It's like, dude, I'm not fucking stupid. It's to the grave.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was our the way I heard someone say, I forget who it was, fucking forgive me, but was like we'd spent enough time as a band being like, for lack of a better term, like, oh please, like just nah, we're trying to be nice about it. We're like not even nice about it, but like, come to our side of the fence, you'll see that we're right, or you'll see that we're blah blah blah. Like now it's a bit more like, no matter what we post, no matter the angle we take, no matter how nicely we ask people to stop stabbing animals, they're gonna call us fucking freaks. They're gonna get on every post and fucking bacon and steak, whatever. So now is our turn to just be like, oh, okay, well hey, fuck you too. Like we're like, yeah, that's why we started doing this in the first place, I guess. Like,
to stand your ground from a creative medium.
Well, yeah, like, yeah, and I feel like that for me, like, I'm a big pushbacker, right? I'll push back on everything because it's just ingrained in me, and I'm an idiot. Like, but oftentimes people, like, that's when people back up and they stick stern with their points. And they go, no, listen, dickhead, like, you're not getting this right. And man, that's when I fucking listen. I know that might suck to deal with, but like, I've had a lot of good points illustrated to me that way.
Yeah.
Where I kind of bridge up and then they bridge back up. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, dude, I mean, honestly, I can tell you this for sure. And some people might think this is bullshit, but, oh well, if you do. I love being wrong. I love getting my perspective fucking curveballed. That way I can become a better person, because my father relished in being extremely arrogant and just one-sided and quote, if it's my way or the highway, and he would do it for everything significant and insignificant. So I take great pride in absorbing new perspective, because perspective is diamonds to me, friend. So it's like when you learn new shit, sometimes that's the pressure you need to harness those diamonds. And then eventually, you know, you'll probably have a kingdom built upon that perspective, built upon those lessons learned. So we start with track 1 on Everyone's a Murderer. This is Set Yourself on Fire.
A dog who bites every owner he's had can only be disciplined with a firm hand or put down.
Public. I'm sure you have a lot of shit to talk about with this, so unleash it, friend. Unleash it.
Well, yeah. So this one, I thought, I guess the idea did start where this was almost going to be an album title, because I really wanted the song title to say a lot, but the lyrics say almost something different, because I wanted there to be more left to the imagination, but I want to lead your imagination somewhere with the lyrics, right? So obviously, that maybe that's jumping ahead a step. Why I wrote this song, bro, is because I feel like I don't agree with going out and harming yourself or harming others for an ideology. I don't think it's something that should be appreciated or appraised. And then you pair that with the fact that if anybody ever did that for animal rights, they would not be considered a hero. They'd be considered, you know, deranged, insane, and they'd be laughed at and mocked at. So this was, while the world was kind of going a little crazy about, you know, about that, it was like, hey, stop and think for a second that if, you know what I mean? If somebody out there went and self-immolated in the name of animal rights, would it bring any attention to the issue, or would it be another reason to mock us? Would it be another reason to minimize the suffering that animals are going? And it's exactly what would happen. So it's like, man, yeah, not even going out in public, setting yourself on fire would do the job. Right. You know what I mean? If it's a human-related issue, you could probably get the pat on the back for everybody for doing that. But if it's for animals, you're an idiot. What are you doing?
Yeah. And yeah. I want to bring a point to this song specifically, because like looking at that title and really thinking about that title, I then look back to this one gentleman over here in the U.S. who set himself ablaze, like doused himself in gasoline. I think went to a Trump rally and set himself on fire, and then somewhere close to the body, or somewhere like I think where he lived, they found a note saying, "I did this because none of you will pay attention if nothing else is done. I have to basically commit to make a point that right now we are in the final stages of being under the thumb globally by an overarching regime." He was basically saying, hey, wake up, we're about to actually be under siege globally, because you guys are too focused with your day-to-day lives. And that's why he set himself on fire. And I mean, the videos were there, and what was really, really terrifying is, ironically, to counter your point, even when people commit themselves like that, they set themselves ablaze and off themselves after they've charcoaled themselves, even then half the people in the comment section were like, oh, it must be another deranged Trumpy. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
You can't, you can't fucking win. You'll never, it'll never do the thing, because people are so fucking inherently divided and, you know, on stuff like this. And we have the avenues now to talk so much shit. I mean, like, everywhere it's fucking crazy how apathetic the planet is, and where that rears its head, man, in all these little spots. But yeah, I guess that was the overarching point. It's like, obviously, I guess to go back to my first point, harming ourselves and harming each other because somebody else is oppressing us. I understand on a I guess not, you know what I mean. I understand the reasoning behind it. There has to be better ways we can do this. Like I said, I'd always rather you target your violence towards people who, in Minecraft, mind you, towards those who would would wish it upon you and not give you that same benefit of the doubt. I mean, we need more power to the people and
eat the rich, more power to the people, all that type of shit. Because at the end of the day, half of us don't really matter in the grand scheme, and that's what they want us to believe. So it's like, in this situation, it's like half the people don't care about animals or people, but it's like animals deserve a voice. People deserve a voice for sure, but the thing is, animals don't have voices, so we should really be more empathetic in that situation.
Well, let me ask you, does a, and I do this all the time, but like, does a, if animals don't have voices, like, I feel like they do in the same sense that like just because I can't understand them,
right.
Animals can understand each other in the same way foreigners can understand each other, and I can't understand them. That void of, I find that is a big disconnect that we talk about a lot. Animals are voiceless. No, they're not. We just don't listen, and we can't understand them.
That's fair. That's fair. Honestly, I prefer that you decided to bring up that point because too many people still think that. But when you really listen and when you really observe and pay attention, you understand that they do. They just can't speak in various languages like we can. They have their animal calls and stuff that help them communicate different messages across the animal kingdom. But it's just, it happens to not be English. So it's
even
like
to us. Sorry, Sean. Even to us, my dude. Do you live with companion animals at all?
Yes.
Of course. So you know when they're scared. You know when they're like. And you don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to know these things. Exactly, man. So for people to be, I say these things and people tell me I'm attributing human emotions to animals. It's like, man, you're not stupid. If you see a slaughterhouse video, the cows they're backing up. They don't want to be there. Screams like, oh, come on, man. These are signs. Just because they're not, they can't verbalize to you in English. Correct, exactly. That doesn't mean,
Yeah, and the thing is, too, we don't exactly live in a Disney movie where every animal has a voice, but imagine if they did. Imagine if they did. Like, if you heard a cow saying, no, let me out! Like, you'd be like, oh, time to let Betty out. It's like,
dude, I'm not religious at all, but I went vegan the moment I heard that if animals could formulate a religion, the devil would be a human in human form. And if animals could pick up arms and fight, we would be wiped out in a day. Like,
dude, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful that you mentioned that, because I won't get on too much of a tangent with this because we still.
Sorry.
You're good. It's. I'm the host, bro. You're good. We still have 9 tracks to get through, but I am writing a sci-fi fantasy novel about basically a parallel dimension where the entire animal kingdom during the Industrial Revolution revolted, took over the earth, and with the help of a sentient, dormant Mother Earth spirit who said, I'm not Earth, bitch, I'm Alanzia, they took back the earth, and they basically, through her abilities, like they designed a telepathic language, so magic, that's really where the magic is, but she, with her abilities, actually devolves all humans who want to stand against the animal kingdom and say, this is black magic, this is sorcery, you're Satan, like what are you doing? Instead, she is just going to devolve them and send them back to the caveman era and then have them hide in the woods. And on that Earth, too, basically, those humans are like cryptids to us. They are cryptids to those kingdoms because it's like those were those who were left behind, the rest of the animal kingdom and the chunks of humanity who wanted to ascend and evolve. Well, with Alanzia's help, they evolve, and people are going to be like, "Oh, you're writing a story about furries," but it's different, because it's going to be
people are fucking stupid, bro. My God, like, yeah, straight up.
We'll see what happens, but I think you'll really like that narrative because it speaks from a non-manic point of misanthropism. I think. Yeah. Misanthropy. Yeah. Misanthropy. Yeah. Just a normal resentment for the rest of the human race, but track
not
2,
like a hostile one. I know what you mean.
A more peaceful, like not even condescending. It's meant to be a more peaceful way of saying you're just not choosing to evolve, so we have to leave you behind. We're not going to kill you, but we're going to evolve your minds to a point to where you don't even know what the hell is going on. But because you chose to be animals, you don't deserve the opportunity to evolve, and that's kind of like one of the bigger plots of that story.
I will say, man, if anybody gets any of that twisted, it's like, dude, is this your first day with sci-fi? Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, it's all grand scope fuckery. Like, it's
right. So we have track 2, Die or Die. Okay, that was pretty fucking good so far. Finn, what do you think, bro? How are we looking? Could you hear everything?
I could hear everything just fine. You have to pardon me though, like I'm doing housework while I'm listening and tuning in and shit.
Fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
Seems to be a trend. Anytime we stream, I've always got something going on. Hell, my own stream, I was tattooing because I was at work.
Yeah, fair enough, bro. All right, well, we will go ahead and immediately move on to the next track in the listing. That way we can just keep this going. What's up? Oh, sorry. I thought I heard someone say, like, hold up.
Okay, bro. Get it.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. What's going on here?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's DXE or Die, right? So I love that looks like Die, and people, I kind of say it as Die as well, because it's the DXE, man, is I guess an abbreviation of direct action everywhere. So the action being abbreviated with an X. So that's actually an American organization, and why I wanted to bring attention to them is they're a non-profit organization who do slaughterhouse lock-ons and stuff like that, and big, wide-scale public animal liberation efforts. So they'll have hundreds of people walk onto slaughterhouses, factory farms, and say, "No more killing today. Drop your weapons. We are peaceful. You drop your weapons. No more blood gets spilled today. In fact, we're taking this one or these two to safety." And then what then happens is, this is why I wrote songs like Terrorist Threat, because they'll be put on the FBI terrorist watch list, and then hunted and tracked all over America. They'll turn over farms, sanctuaries, homes to find animals. They I think there was a case when I first went big and I heard about this, about piglets that were rescued from a farm in America, and they were, the FBI went all over America taking blood samples and docking and getting, and, like, you know what I mean, checking to see if pigs' ears were docked and things like that, getting blood samples from them to see if they are from this lineage and blah blah blah. Fucked things like that to find two piglets, all because and then, so what had happened, they'd located them and sent these activists, charged these activists or whatever, but the court case became so, like, they'd spent millions in finding these activists for two piglets that were rescued from a hog farm in Louisiana or something, to the point where this industry went, we are putting too much pressure on. The public's going to be like, what are you trying to hide? So they stopped But this happens, and then instead of doing that, now they've created agricultural gag laws, which means that, like, you know, as soon as you step foot onto a farm, they'll say biosecurity, and you can get charged. Blah blah blah.
Okay, they're trying to make
so
it
it's very
work.
bad. Yeah. So yeah, that was our like.
How we looking?
I guess this is the To the Grave. Fuck you. This is To the Grave, you know, song. So there's even a part at the end where I literally rip off the lyrics from Redneck by Lamb of God. Like this is a motherfucking invitation. I do it in the same delivery because it was like
Yeah, fair enough, bro.
this song more than anything else was our fun. Like we explain what we're here to do, right? Like
what's up?
we're not here to talk about it. Like it's all the first thing I say, like don't talk to demons. Gave up discourse with dickheads. Is like, why are we spending so much time trying to convince people? And this is why we wrote this album in the first place. We're not writing this to convince anybody anymore. We're writing this for those people that go onto those farms to stay sane, with the horror and PTSD that they've got to live with from living in this fucking world. We write songs like this so that they
get acknowledged, get recognized.
Yeah, man, being out there 4 a.m, covered in spikes, spiders, barbed wire, like smelling like shit, hiding in blood, you know, hearing the screams of animals you can never save, all you want, knowing that everybody who should care is at home in bed, gonna wake up tomorrow and pay for all this to happen. All you want is to know that somebody else cares and gives a fuck.
Fair enough.
That's what To the Grave is. That's what that song is.
Sweet. And that's it. Honestly, it is so. I can't stress this enough. I don't think we have enough bands in the scene doing what you guys do as far as being activists and creating authentic music that could correlate with that, but also has its own identity. I think there should be a lot more bands like To the Grave in deathcore who are activists for something.
Yes,
like
agreed.
Honestly, I won't say too much about it, but I think we don't have a lot of sellouts, politically speaking, but I think just overall, okay, this is not for one side or the other, but I think separating the art from the artist, one, bad. That's not good, because you never know whose pockets you're filling because you choose not to dig into their background. Two, I think the politic neutrality that comes with being a musician, despite it being the counterculture scene of the modern age, I think that's kind of hollow as well. Like, I understand, of course, that sometimes in the modern day, for example, in America, just in America alone, there's the both sides of the same, both wings of the same bird analogy, which I understand because it's not wrong, but also we're learning over time certain truths and about certain deceptions. So it's like, I think it's silly that the modern counterculture incarnate is rather passive. It's rather passive, like passive aggressive, and just wants to talk about more personal stuff, and that's okay. But I want to. This is my manifestation to the universe, to the modern day counterculture scene. I want to see more bands like To the Grave who have the balls to make a statement about things that they care about. Because the thing is, this is To the Grave's funner album. This is their more loose album. That way they can just let some steam out. But To the Grave is who they are. And we've always needed more bands like To the Grave who are standing up against those who, at the moment's notice, if there were more bands like To the Grave, sure, there's the risk of getting demonetized or maybe even deplatformed for this reason or the other. Have the balls, though, to write an album about something that you care about, that even here in the US, the federal government might not be a big fan of. But still, write that album, get it out, and see what happens.
Yeah.
Simple enough. So,
I couldn't have said that better myself, yeah. Great.
We got track 3, A Body for a Body, featuring Connor Dixon and Ciantel Johns.
All right.
Oh yeah, baby.
Which one to load?
What's going on here?
So, this one, okay, let me pull up lyrics for this one. So this, yeah, I fucking love, something about this one that I really love with the, okay, this one went through a couple of stages, but I really feel like started to take on the more like, there are like weird military themes throughout the record that we haven't fully like ran with, but it's definitely like everybody else does, right? Oh, you guys are extreme, you're militant, you're this, that, and it's like, oh yeah, like, okay, sure. Yeah, like, so we double down a little bit on that. The body for a body is definitely like, lyrically, I think that one speaks for itself. It's like, it's an eye for an eye, but there's, I mean, how many bodies are we collecting out here, right?
Right.
And yeah, so the, let me try to think of the line. I forgot the lyric. Oh, I know why. Fucking around in so many different drives, bro. Like, so yeah, this is the one where I started definitely talking about more of like, I need people to say shit with their chest. It kind of goes back to that, right? Like there's a, and then you can find who's with you or against you on these kind of things. Because for the most part, I think it's explained in Sian's part at the end, Chantel's part at the end, where it's we get a lot of pushback. Vegans get a lot of pushback just for being vegan, or for, like, it goes back to no matter how you say it, people will take an issue with it. So
Yeah.
why comfort the an oppressor? Why comfort them? It's also not going to help them in leading them to any kind of meaningful decision making or change, or like giving anybody the information to work with. But once they do, if you still choose to take bodies, knowing full well that's something that you're against, then you're every bit as bad as it's the whole bystanders versus perpetrators. What is really, are you as bad as them? Yeah, like,
yeah, baby.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people see themselves as bystanders in this, but it's like, handing over your money is the way that this system is set up to enable you to murder animals. So that's
Yeah. I think one thing that would be really cool for the fans as well, and from a lyricist standpoint, just something really satisfying. What would you say is the most important line in this song that caters to the song title? What screams a body for a body in this song for you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
What would you put on quote "body for a body" T-shirt?
Man, militant till my dying breath. I really liked that I could finally take that word. I was like, no, that's, yeah, like, sure, we're, yeah, I don't know, that says so much to me, especially when the bit comes in. I had that lyric for a while and then found a spot for it, and I think it hits at the right fucking time, where it's like, don't question it, don't question yourself for a second, and why while you're here with these convictions, don't ever stop and change. Yeah, this theme comes back, but don't ever let people who would rather see animals on their plate tell you how to act, like advocate for them.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
Exactly, like advocate how you would want to be advocated for if you were in a cage.
Yeah, fair enough. And so we have that chunk of lyrical writing for this song. Now, I do forgive me, Chantel, for butchering your name. I seriously thought it was Ciantel.
So did I. I'm really bad at that.
So now that I know how Chantel is spelled, or one of the ways, what was the purpose behind getting Connor Dixon and Chantel Johns on this track?
Yeah, so there is actually a kind of interesting story there, right? So
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, I guess in there's a couple of things here that might seem a little simpler, but they really did blossom into bigger ideas. I've always wanted to get 2 features on a song and have it not be like thrown in there. I feel like this, like, it's a great song. It would be a good song if it was just me, but these guys complement it really well, and the parts that they come in, it's almost like, well, you can't take them out now. Like, it fits really well. Chantel's part, I think, so what I like about Connor's part really quickly is that it's a different version of mine, and it definitely just sounds like another guy in the army. You know what I mean? Chantel's part definitely is more like the instruments get a bit more melancholic, and it reminds me of early Australian. I have to say Australian melodic hardcore.
Okay.
Like, so just, yeah, when I was growing up, parallel to the hardcore and deathcore scenes, because it was a big inbreeding thing, bro. Like, we'd just play all these shows with each other, and we'd all be exposed to, like, I guess if anybody knows bands like Hand of Mercy, like, that was my attempt at being like, there's a lot of hardcore on this album, let's throw a bit of the melodic hardcore. And I love that sounds like that to me. So her vocals over that, and her delivery, the lyrics of, like, yeah, no excuses, no forgiveness, no mercy, and no exceptions. Just like, she's fucking fuming about it, and
yeah,
it's sad. It's sad that we're that angry. I don't know. It's, yeah, a lot's portrayed in the delivery of that I really like.
And I remember it being like a track that I loved. So to get that deeper context behind it, and just like bands such as Eden Adversary releasing their album Kingdoms of Heresy earlier this year, and attempting to have, quote, a benchmarker album for the Indonesian counterculture / metal / deathcore scene, I think this is a good testament and a good inclusion of other people from your backyard, from your part of town, from your part of the planet. Yeah. So we love to see that. We love to hear that, and we love to have tributes in real time, kind of referencing to certain parts of Australian counterculture as it has developed over the years. Track 4, we have Burn Your Local Butcher.
Featuring Identity Era, featuring No Life. Yeah.
What's going on with this one, man?
So this one was like, I guess the birth of this idea was like, okay, shadowy Earth crises, right? Like they were very. There was a call to action in a lot of their music, almost, which I like that we've done that here and there, but it's always been so like, yeah, let's gather everybody and we'll march together. This one, I feel like, and the reason why it was almost had a sour taste in a couple of people's mouths is it's like it's very like lone wolfy in Minecraft. And it's very like you sit at home and you plot and you plan and then you go out and you know what I mean. It's dark like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I really liked it. Man, it is that snap moment. It's that like, and I sound fucking crazy like to the majority saying like reading shit like this out, but it's again once you see the issue as serious as this, yeah, man, you see these places for what they are. They're big. They're hellholes for animals, butchers, farms, slaughterhouses, and yeah, that's this I guess illustrates the peak of frustration with living. There's a word for it, dystopia with a V, where it's like the frustration of living in a non-vegan world, right? Like that.
Ooh.
Not only once animals dead, but once you mocked and ridiculed and like, you know, would gladly have you fucking suffer as well. This is the flick of that switch to go, all right, enough, fuck that. Like,
yeah,
bring some balance. Yeah.
What would be the standout lyric from this song then?
Reading them now.
Kind of as a testament, but
yeah.
Patriot identity era.
For the sake of being clickbaity, I guess.
You know what, man? I love burn the house down with everyone inside it. It just like
yeah.
I say that in real life, like in day to day, more often than I should, just to as like a metaphor for things. You know what I mean? Like, so I love how I finally got to be like, no, this is a pretty literal sense of the word. Like, I guarantee people who have like worked with me will be like, that's a fucking yeah. You said that to describe some other things before, so like, man, it's funny where my brain goes. Like, yeah.
Fair enough. Cool. We have track 5, which is Vegan Day of Violence. Pretty bold one there, friend. It's a pretty...
So, I will say, man, this is there was another EP. This is a callback to a band that I saw. The band's called Olivia Nuded John, like Nuded John. And their thing was like, and this goes back to the whole like, look, I almost don't like, you know what I mean? A lot of people almost don't care what it's about if you're going to, as long as you're going to make some music and angry music about something that you're passionate about. This EP I found was called like Trans Day of Violence, and it was like, that's fucking hilarious. Like the concept of like, nah, fuck you, I'm going out with scissors now, and it's just like, oh man. It's so death metal to me to be like, so many people disagree with this, but like, I'm gonna fucking make my violent claim on it. It's just that's I really like that. I almost don't care what it's about.
Like, are we about to establish an international holiday here?
Yeah, but like, so I just opted that. I was like, man, this is my chance to go. All these other justice movements and whatever that like. Take these that are almost allowed to run with things like this, where it's like, oh, you know, let them, not let them, but it's like no one bats an eyelid if like people who are against racism are violent in pursuit of that. No one bats an eyelid, but it's like, well, okay, for one day, we're gonna do this for animals, and it's gonna be a fucking purge. Like, so that's the vibe here. I just like I think I like all of the lyrics on this, man. Like, die for a new world, like, just let the cunts starve, like, you don't care, we'll make you. This is the new extreme. Fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
It's yeah.
So,
I love this song.
no, it was a good one. I remember being a good one.
Shout out Olivia Newton John really quickly. I didn't want to straight up rip their song title because it's a fucking killer EP, but it's like Vegan Day of Violence is perfect with 2 V's and yeah, come on.
Fair enough. Well, track number 6, we have Gas Chamber PT. Which I see PT and I'm like, gas chamber physical training?
Well, gas chamber playable test, so like Silent Hill, and gas chamber post trauma. Like, I guess that was my yeah. I really like that PT is like, it could be a really like nothing thing, or it could be something really almost dark. Anyway, yeah, man. So this one, this is it's got the sample over it. So this is a speech by Aussie activist Chris Delforce, who filmed and orchestrated the documentary Dominion. He's the big, I guess, the big activist in Australia who's had their house raided on like multiple occasions. Is you know what I mean? Constantly underwatched by the fucking police, but still finds a way to get out there and get this footage and be the public face of this organization. So that was his speech, and talking about how in making Dominion, the documentary, where it's like 2.5 hours, he had to go through thousands of hours of footage of animals whose stories need to be told, and him having to choose which ones to tell and which ones to, you know, just remember himself, and then blah blah blah. And it was horrific, man. He said, like, part in this speech, he goes, like, everything made sense until I stepped inside a slaughterhouse, and you see mothers hanging with hooks from their eyes and babies trying to eat. Yeah, it's like, dear fucking God, what are we doing? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, and that speech was enough, man. It was like, this was the last song we recorded on the album, by the way. The album was done, and then we had this song, and I was like, no, we're recording this properly. Like, we need a nice interlude that's, like, yeah, sad.
Yeah, for sure. What would you say is the most prominent lyric that To The Grave that you made for this song? That kind of sticks.
So Gas Chamber.
Is it a lyricless interlude?
It is a lyricless interlude. I'm trying to think. Do we do something at the end? No, that's lyricless. It's yeah.
I always manage to do that. I'm like, are there any lyrics? It's like, there are no lyrics. I'm like, fuck.
I don't blame you, because even sometimes I gotta be like, did I do something at the end? I'm silly like that, bro.
That's fair. Well, track 7, you know, another, I would say, prolific track, you know, made in Aus, okay? Made in Aus.
Yeah, baby. You cunts gonna be so bored when we play that live.
Savage
That toxic
This song just goes into the fact that, man, once you start caring about animals, or once you open your circle of compassion to animals, you could say, like, people will.
You can't. It's going to be so bored.
You know what I mean? They'll go your whole lives trying to like care about animals with you, or whatever, and then the second you will do that, it's like no, tear them down. You know what I mean? The arguments that people have with their people who are so close to each fuck dealing with your racist ass uncle on Christmas, and fuck dealing with anybody who tries to tell you that animals should be fucking you know what I mean, like any of these fucking dumb jokes you've heard it all, bro. Like it's fuck all that, man. These people don't understand the harm that they're joking about, and I guess you look around, good people are doing evil things and patting themselves on the back for it and saying I could never. So why do you want approval from these people? Why do you need them to be your friend? Fuck them.
When those are indeed the people we discussed and brought awareness to earlier in the album, who don't take accountability for their own philosophies but want to push some random bullshit on you and make you feel bad for what you know is true and dear to your heart. Fuck them. Obstacles, man.
Exactly. This one's definitely more targeted as like, it's an Australian thing, right? Like, you see it everywhere as an Australian activist. The first thing you hear, it doesn't happen like that here. So this is our big, like, dude, you're not looking, or you're choosing to ignore it, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You're deciding to turn a blind eye if you really wholeheartedly believe that the issue we're talking about on this album is not also happening in the backyards of our own communities, cities, and countries, like these bigger states per se in Australia that are basically cities. What would be the standout lyric that you think speaks and quotes this song best?
The one thing I keep thinking about that's going to be funny when it drops is like, laugh at your massacres, they never take enough, like smile at your genocides, it's about time. Because it's like, who knows, maybe maybe in Minecraft, mass, you know what I mean? Like, it's a really dark way to look at tragedy, human tragedy, I guess, and being like, there's a plus side. Like,
despite all of that, there is hope.
yeah. It's super great.
Well, track 8, track 8, we have 8416 featuring Wiltshire. I'm just gonna say this is easily gonna be one of my albums of the year. I don't give a fuck.
We appreciate that.
Of course.
Thanks, man.
The second I saw this album cover, I knew you guys were coming in fucking hot. Like, director's cuts, global warning, epilogue was sick, but there's something about this album that just fucking sets it in stone for me. I'm like, yep, this is the future. This is the future. Period.
Hey, bro. We just wanted to make something fun as fuck to play and make. It's something without a lot of, I guess, pressure. And we all had a lot of fun, and it came out heaps quick and cool, and we're all proud of it. So thank you.
Of course. I can definitely tell that y'all had fun with this one. So here's to more fucking kettle tone, you know, all that shit.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wilker. Is it Wiltshire or Wilker?
Wiltshire.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
what's going on with this one, man?
Yeah, I've said a couple of times. You know, I want to give you something tastier, because like this one, obviously, 8416. It's about the Olivia. We call her 8416 was the tag that she had in her ear. It was a pig on a farm in Australia that activists got footage of her being R-worded, and nothing happened to this person. No charges laid. No, in fact, again, we all know what happened. Now the activists were fucking hunted down for it, and like, so this Sophie was pivotal in spearheading any kind of positive change that we almost saw for Olivia. She was a big part of that. She's a great activist, and she has a great voice, so it all made sense. And this one is my, I guess, it definitely switches where you could read the lyrics and be like, this isn't about a pig. No, this is definitely more like, my part is a little targeted. I'll get to that. But Sophie's bit talks about how, I guess, when you're in these places, when you're like, you know what I mean? You go to these places, I've talked before about how you just wish people would care. On repetitive, after going back to these places, after doing public outreach and whatever, sometimes your brain goes, you've seen that Bill Burr stand up where he goes, you know, you could just like, you're nobody, then you drive on the footpath for 10 seconds. You're a superstar. You're a celebrity.
I love Bill Burr, dude. He's funny.
So fucking gold, bro. Yeah, like, that. She kind of does that. She's like, she's a sweet girl, bro, but to hear her talk about, like, no, I really wish I could do unto them what, you know, what they've done to these animals, take parts of them where I left parts of myself. It's like that's so strong to me, man. I want to take parts of people where I've had parts of me taken. Like,
yeah. So, if I may say, from someone who's definitely a consumer, and you know, as you quoted earlier in session, which has really stuck with me since. And I'm really trying to follow that philosophy from now on and create as opposed to consume. But, dude, I'm surprised you guys haven't done anything that utilizes the Animal Farm plot.
Oh, yeah, the movie?
Yeah, where it's the animals, they're like, you know, they form governments, they become intelligent, they go after the people instead. I'm surprised you guys haven't utilized that yet. Like,
yeah, man, I know, right? I think someone said that to me, like the whole, like your sci-fi thing where it's like almost cows with guns, right? Like almost, like it's a very loose. What I like about us is that we talk about, we try really hard to talk about real experiences with this kind of stuff, right? And you know what I mean, every now and then, like acts of kindness is a bit of like a, we're gonna barbecue everybody, we're gonna open a human food truck, blah blah.
Yeah.
You get some tongue-in-cheek moments, right? But I like, for the most part, that we stay as close to, like, found footage. I really wanted you to understand what it feels like to be out there in the dark, risking your freedom, thinking, you know what I mean? Why am I here? Like, why is this happening anyway? Like, I love that we can do that more than we can illustrate a theatrical. We could, and maybe one day, like, we've got a lot of bags that we want to get into as well, bro. Like, but yeah, I really like that we are
I'm
giving.
just gonna say this
light
is
and
easily
life
gonna be one of
to
my albums of the year.
the activists.
I
You're
don't acknowledging-
nobody else likes
appreciate
that.
that.
I still
Or-
like.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, what you're doing, what To the Grave has done so far.
The second I
is
saw
they
this album
bring
cover, I knew
light,
you guys
they
were
bring
coming in fucking hot.
limelight,
Like,
and
director's
they
cuts,
acknowledge
bubble warning,
what's
epilogue
actually
was sick, but
happening
there's
in the
something
world.
about this album that
You know,
just
all these real life
fucking
scenarios,
sets it in
841
stone for me. I'm like,
that's a
yep,
pretty like
this is the
on
future.
the dot.
This is
You
the
know,
future.
that's a
Period.
target, right? That's a
Hey, bro.
targeted
We just wanted to
story
make something
that
fun
is
as fuck
something that you
to-
guys
to
deeply care
play
about, and you've done the
and
research
make, you
to
know,
find out
something without a
about
lot of-
that through Dominion and other
I guess
efforts.
pressure.
So then,
and
in
we
the
all
future,
had a
it's
lot
like,
of fun,
okay,
and it
well, you
came
know,
out
we
pigs
wrote
quick and
6
cool,
or
and we're all
7
proud of it,
albums
so thank
about
you.
that.
Of course,
So
of course.
now,
I can definitely tell that y'all had
you
fun
know,
with
maybe
this one.
later
So
down the road,
here's
like
to
you
more
said,
fucking kettle
maybe it will be
Reed,
like Animal
you know, all
Kingdom
that shit.
or something,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a play on the word Animal Kingdom, and it's the farm animals taking back. Hell, dude, I'm down to try to give you features. But the thing is, I want to turn that novel into a great number of death metal albums. So I think you're officially the first one I'm having on for that. I didn't even think about it before, but like, you know what? I need to get the Amazon track when it's a narrative that is basically about the animal kingdom taking back its kingdom and then starting a whole new timeline per se. And I mean, especially as those books come out, when they do, I think that'll be like even more of a full circle moment than this, right?
Yeah.
But that'll be the beauty of that legacy, is that we'll be hand in hand, and once that time comes, we'll be like, hey, Dane, remember that book I told you about? It's out, my friend. And then we'll get started.
But that's gonna be sick. Fuck yeah.
Sweet.
Getting out, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So now we have track 9 out of 10. We're almost done talking about this record, but I wish we were. We got Terror Military Man. What's going on with this one?
Yeah, so this we did a song on Offcuts called Bloodhounds, where this was, I guess, more of the like that military vibe, right? Where it's a bit of a call to arms for like, yeah, I guess mobilize, right? What we're saying in these kind of songs is like the industries that we're up against, this empire of animal abuse is so unfathomably organized, and with so much in their favor that we need to be. They don't take a day off murdering animals and trying to silence activists, so we can't.
So in that way, you're deciding to embrace what they probably would call all the activists, in the way that the FBI responded to those few activists calling them terrorists, putting them on a terror watch list. You're like, fine, I guess we're a terror military then, motherfucker. Like,
pretty much, yeah. It's like I'm done trying to convince. Yeah, exactly. How are you going to try to convince somebody who pretty much determines the meaning of words that you're not that word? No, fuck that. I'll be whatever the fuck you want me to be. I don't give a shit. I need animals out of cages. Like,
yes,
you know. Yeah.
Simple enough, man. Simple fucking enough, dude. And the thing is, sometimes there's a saying. I'm not sure by who, but it's definitely a saying. We all understand this. Sometimes you have to be the villain of the story because a great number of people misunderstand what you're trying to chase after. And, you know, maybe briefly diverting to a more political standpoint, dude, the manipulation of information, no matter the topic, is insane.
Yeah.
It is insane how often people are redirected and deflected when there happens to be a wall there. They don't see the wall, but instead they bounce off of it like a tennis ball or something, you know? And that's kind of what misinformation is to me, because the funny thing is, we're just on different sides of the wall, right?
Yeah.
We're aiming for the same thing, but the mortar and brick has been there for ages, so we can't exactly demolish it like the wall's probably supposed to be there. We're not really thinking outside the box and trusting our instincts. So then, unfortunately, thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
It's beautifully psychotic how easy it has been for countries around the world to do that, really. I think the most recent example would be Chile, here in the US, unfortunately, and Venezuela. Of course, there's deception, there's betrayal, there's misleading information everywhere. But unfortunately, when you're raised nationalist on the level that most Americans, like myself, have been, well, you're convinced that we are the babysitter of the world and that we are the world's hero and that the Nazis were absolutely, completely, undeniably scumbags. They were, the way they acted. But in their hearts, they became the villain of their story, saved their country, and then we annihilated them for that. Now, disclaimer. This is not me advocating for the Nazis.
Oh no, that's if you're going to say, oh man, you only have to say that was all, everybody was bad. No, like that's not, then you're ignoring a lot of history and how that was allowed to happen. Like it was so much more complicated than that, that's so obviously wrong. Yes. That's what's so scary about how that was exactly. Yeah, that disregards a lot to be like, can't say that.
And that's unfortunately too just the way that things work these days. Like I'm telling you, bro, with this podcast unintentionally, and with the podcast I just started with my buddy, utilizing those hour segment formulas, we talked about a lot of shit. We talked we talked a lot about a lot of bullshit. See how complicated that was? But the thing is, dude, when you have someone like me who's an absolute nobody, if my channels are demonetized just because I spoke about history the way I did just now, that's how you know we have a global issue. Whether in, you know, it just goes global. That's all.
Exactly. I love that. This happens every second or third interview. They'll stop it and go, all right, I wonder how this one's actually going to go when I upload it. This goes, man, like, it's fucking dealing with to the grave. Sorry, like.
Well, I mean, not only that, dude, but if you've ever seen my personal Instagram story, I can't tell you how much Instagram recently has just been trying to dox me and like deplatform me, but it's because I'm speaking out of transparency on certain matters that a company co-owned by Mark Zuckerberg, like, they just don't want certain things to come out, and it's just ridiculous, dude. The control and the manipulation is absurd. But the thing is, I haven't been deplatformed yet, so I could give less of a fuck about what I say, because the thing is, I'm not a piece of shit, and if anything else, I plan to host a great many controversial bands on the podcast in the future. Not calling to the grave controversial. You guys are just activists against fucking animal abuse. Boo-hoo if anybody has an issue with that. Like, there are a great many bands I plan to host in the future that a lot of people have issues with, but it's because they did not, on their own terms, dig behind the scenes and discover deeper contexts and deeper reasons behind why certain things unfolded and why they have no choice but to be quiet or stay off the record labels, all this other shit. I plan to give those bands a voice because no one else wants to, and this is not me trying to be a hero, but it's actually just me trying to give them a voice and give them an opportunity to fucking speak for themselves instead of being internet canceled into the dirt. Anyways.
No, god damn, man, if everything's like, we can't have echo chambers, like we can't, like it gets us fucking nowhere. And deplatforming people, man, is like exactly what they want us to do. Like, getting each other fucking booted off. No, fuck all that. Like, talk to each other, right? Yeah.
Talk to each other, have a conversation, agree to disagree, and then fucking move on. Simple as that. So we have the last track, Dead Raw. You're dead wrong about me, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But obviously, this is the epilogue to the album. That is Everyone's a Murderer. So, why did you decide for this to be the last track? If I remember correctly, this being the first song you released a music video for to kickstart this album cycle.
Yeah, man. So we knew. Once a few things lined up that we knew were going to be talking points, right? So we finished this song. It was like, okay, there's a cool chorus. There's 2 solos. It's there's this weird, like, not weird for us, but it's like, I guess weird for the 2 solos to have the like hardcore kind of feature come in. It's very to the grave, especially like it kind of explained a bunch of the new directions that we liked, all bundled into one that I don't think you can find. I don't think it's a great representation of what the whole album's going to sound like, but I like that. I like that it's its own thing.
And maybe that's why it's last but not least favorite.
Exactly.
On the track.
Yeah, exactly. It couldn't be. We couldn't have it not be a single, but it also couldn't be a single. So it had to be a single. Does that make sense? Like,
is this marketable? Who cares? Let's just do it.
Right, yeah, like that's what I mean. Once it started lining up, it was like people are gonna say, "This is the last song on the album. Why did you release this as a single? Does the whole album sound like this?" They're gonna start freaking out, and it's like, we'll just give it a few days to let that like stew, and it did. You know,
Man, it's gonna be an interesting premiere weekend for you boys for sure.
yeah. But like, yeah, I think. Looking back now as well, like we do this all the time. We go, "Oh, was that actually the right decision?" I go, "Man, it was at the time, and so therefore it still is." Like,
it's a time capsule of what your instincts told you in that moment.
Yeah, like nobody was hurt when we released it that way, so who gives a fuck, right? Like it's, I like trying different stuff. I like doing stuff that's a little bit maybe what we haven't done before. If I had it my way, dude, we probably would just drop the album, like not announce it, not hype it.
No climax, no crescendo, just here we go. We're making new stuff anyways. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and I would make it like fucking to the grave day, bro. Like I'd put 5 music videos out in a day. You'd sit there and the next day everyone would forget about it or whatever. But that's why I don't make decisions, right?
Fair enough, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the only thing that I would adjust to, because we're kind of talking about how albums are typically released these days, whether you're on a record label like Unique Leader Records, which is, let's be honest, tier 1 of really making your heavy fucking band relevant, and then you continue climbing the ladder, but there's nothing wrong with that. So for me, I think the best formula to keep all of the modern day music consumers who quite literally have millions of bands to listen to, and therefore multiply that by 2 or 3 for the amount of standalone singles, EPs, or length like albums, right?
Yeah.
So you keep that in mind, and I think the one thing that I would change about how we're doing things right now is that, and I think I mentioned this to another band before, you guys on this album have 3 songs with features, right? So I think the only thing that I personally am planning on doing in the future with my band's second single, which that's going to be the first one that we have a feature on, To be honest, to anybody who happens to be this late in the podcast and gets to it early, it's going to be a single from the full-length version of the first one release. So you're going to think it's a standalone single, and then it's going to reappear the first full version of the album. Not only that, my really want to this year with every song having a feature, but not is having feature merch drops. And what I mean by that is, for example, if you're To the Grave and you get Traders, Tyler Shelton from Traders featured on your song, just release actually a flag version of the single art with both logos on it, because people will eat that up in a fucking second, one. But two, have a whole entire merch drop themed around To the Grave on one sleeve, Traders on the other sleeve.
Yeah.
And I know that there is a major fucking industrial cock block when it comes to that stuff, whether the band is independent or on a label. So it's like, yeah, I know. Sometimes you have to pay a decent budget to even incorporate the band's logo on your merch. Let's fix that. Let's get rid of that shit, because it's fucking stupid. Of course, pay your featured vocalist a decent amount of money to be featured. Don't fucking charge upwards of $1,500 just to have their logo featured on your shirt, which is going to cost probably another $1,500 just to have the shirts manufactured. That's the most retarded thing ever. And that's kind of what I've observed. I can't confirm that, so I don't know shit, to be honest, but that's kind of what I've gathered over time. So it's like, build up more hype by releasing a music video for that feature, having the vocalist, guitarist, whoever you're featuring, from what they do best, the reason they're on there, have them in the music video, and then have a feature merch drop. Do that for every single song that you have a feature for on the album, and then you have a more validated merch collection orbiting around that release based off of the feature drops and then the regular drops. And then, because it's 2024 and Shibori Threads has been around for a long time, maybe do a collab with them. Maybe do a custom dye, like 3-color custom dye, glow-in-the-dark custom jumpsuit, whatever you want to do. And that also allows you to kind of tangent out into the wild with a kind of new, growing, young brand that also shows, hey, they know about these guys. They know about what is the best of the best when it comes to custom dye garment technology and culture. So before, kind of flying off with that tangent, that's something that I really was hoping Aborted would do, being that they had a feature for every fucking song on their last album. It's like, why didn't y'all just slowly climax, crescendo with different merch collections themed after the songs?
It seemed like they were going to, right?
Yeah.
Like when they start, I know what you mean. It seemed like that was going to go that angle. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't though.
And dude, on top of that, when they had the little action figure for Mania Cult, dude, imagine having an entire collection of toy figures from Vaults of Horror themed off of characters that are maybe catered or modeled after the featured vocalist or guitarist. Like, how much money would that make you? You know what I mean? So, like, if nobody else wants to do it, I thought of that first, maybe, so I'll do it in the future. But
dude, that's the whole industry, right? It's like, if I can't think of anybody immediately that's done that, I'm just gonna fucking write that down. Hopefully, one day get to that idea myself. Like, it's music, man. Like,
it's music, but it's also art, and just like going to see a movie in the movie theaters and then wanting to get that nice, sleek steelbook collector's edition of the movie or the show that you've been watching recently. Well, for one, that's going to make the creators a good chunk of money. And two, you have a physical representation of something that you love. That's the reason that I became so fascinated with the way that bundles work, vinyl variants and stuff. Not gonna lie, I think it's easy when people buy every single variant of the vinyl, but that's my opinion. I get it. But you're trying to probably sell one of those gorgeous vinyls for a good price. Because I'm hungry, bro. That's the thing that makes this at least you offer the disclaimer, right? You know, you're putting yourself out there. You're like, hey, I'm not perfect either when it comes to spending, but yes, that's a good idea too.
Yeah.
So with Dead Wrong, then I mean, this is the way that you wrap up your album, and you know, maybe it is not I would say it's a pretty good way of representing the variety and the genre fluidity per se throughout the entirety of the record, whilst also making it, you know, to the grave, providing that to the grave, also, you know, Deathcore is dead, cut off the head, identity that it's always had. So I guess specifically for Dead Wrong, before I ask about Michael Kearney, I would then ask, like, why did this not end up being the beginning of the album? Like, was that pretty on the money with how I was observing things?
Yeah, more or less, man. Like, so it's a big, I guess it's a moment thing. Like, because we didn't write Dead Wrong to be the last song on the album, right? It just kind of was almost pushed to the back of the record by the sound of it. Like, we had songs that we knew were stronger. What we felt was written to be like a stronger intro, like Set Yourself on Fire. It had a bit more of a, like, again, mind you, pairing all this with stuff that we want to do live. Like if we played the record live, I want to start with a bit of energy in that flavor, and then Dead Wrong, I still feel like has enough of those elements, but like, man, like big fucking breakdown at the end. Everyone leaves happy. It's we do, and again, this is why like uniquely to help us with this kind of stuff, because we would probably spend a lot more time on these kind of things that like really, like when another set of ears hears it, they go, oh, this is the order. We go, oh, why? They just go, I don't know, it sounds right to me. I go, okay, like we've spent 8 months with the record, so like for us to not have any kind of set thing in mind for our label and managers to be like, yeah, this actually works, kind of helps us a lot with that. But
probably raises confidence too.
Yeah, man. Just having a couple of extra people in the camp to be like, this is how I feel like the order should go on a fresh listen. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of, Dead Wrong did just kind of end up on the back end of the album, and then kind of ended up being a single. It's really funny like that, but I think it was a happy accident the way that a lot of this record was.
Yeah, in that way too, now that you kind of confirmed some of my observations, some of my hypotheses regarding the placement in the track listing of this album for Dead Wrong, I kind of think of like going through the entire process of trying to ask a girl in the back of a busy crowd for her number or something. So you're like, oh man, there's so many people in the way already. Like, should I even worry about it? Like, yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, go offer her a drink or something, as long as it's not Sprite, because that's no. So then, you know, you sort through the crowd. You're like, oh man, she's really pretty. Am I gonna mess this up? Am I gonna fuck this up? And you're like, wow, I was dead wrong. She's pretty humble in that way.
Yeah. That's a funny way of fucking putting it.
So then, you know, we've now conquered the track listing behind such an entertaining staple album in you guys' discography, as far as not being too serious, not taking yourself too seriously, but still sustaining your musical identity. Okay. So when we have all of that in mind, and after talking about the tracks, after conducting a lobotomy for Everyone's a Murderer, and now that it's been a couple weeks, you know, maybe some points in the conversation don't immediately conjure into mind, but we are talking with you, talking about bands that inspired all of the members into the grave. What distinguishes Everyone's a Murderer from other iconic records relevant to deathcore, in your personal opinion? So I remember, for example, we were talking a lot about the cleansing and how you guys did not want Everyone's a Murderer to be just, oh yeah, this is To the Graves, the cleansing. It's like, no, but we also really like that album. So we wanted to try to bring a little bit of that back, but not make it blatantly like, oh yeah, this is To the Grave's MySpace era deathcore moment album, whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
So, you know, with that context in mind, with that example in mind, what makes this album relevant to you guys as opposed to those other iconic records that then bring you into that studio, have you cook up this album and prepare it for the end of the month now?
I think what I really like about this, and it's might seem obvious or like, oh, of course, that's a bit like everyone would have this, but no, man, like this one really feels like it was a product of its time with us. So like I've even had people say there's the like, this happens to Australian bands. You go play overseas, you do 30 shows in a row, come back, and then your sound changes because you don't want to play that shit for 30 shows in a row again.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, there's parts of that we definitely like, we take souvenirs from the road, we throw it into the sound, and like, you know, from every experience we have, we take little things and try to throw it into the sound. But that was, I think this time more than ever, we did a really hard steer, especially so soon after our last record, where we really wanted it to be soon after the last record so people could go into it with an opener mind than being like, oh, we've waited 2 years for this record. And it sounds completely different. Like,
right. So I mean,
like that. Yeah.
Perhaps then To the Grave, its intention always has been for lack of a better word, for lack of a better phrase, it is always meant to create albums that are a time lapse, a time capsule buried in the sands, buried in the deserts of Australia, that then represent the time exclusively, right? It represents the time, the emotions, and the creative mind at these certain points in time in you guys' legacy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
Sweet. And see, that's why time capsules in and of itself is just such a fascinating thing. It could just be a photo. It could just be a VHS tape regarding someone's wedding, and it just happens to be buried in the deserts of Nevada, pretty close to Area 51. You're like, why is this close to Area 51? Am I going to get shot for like unearthing this tape? But you know, that's the beauty of it. There's a sense of mystery, and there's a greater philosophical puzzle that you then have to put together once you do find that time capsule. So you've got to make the story happen yourself, right? Like, yeah, exactly. You got to piece it together. But that's the beauty of it, is that in a way it either conjures more intelligence within your own psychscape to unravel that puzzle, or you know, you can just leave it back in the desert. You can just rebury it and just never worry about it again. Not obsess over it, right?
Sean, I don't know what the fuck the problem is, bro. My phone, it is as on charge, is dying like a motherfucker. I'm on 3%, and I'm just like giving you the heads up.
Right.
I fucking know.
We will compact. So,
yeah.
Question 5 then would read, how and why, this is a pretty obvious one, but how and why did Everyone's a Murderer become an album instead of an EP?
We like big bodies of work, bro. The EPs are the only reason we've done EPs so far is because we had extra stuff after making the albums. Like we're creatively exhaustive.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a pretty easy answer. Yeah. And the thing is too, you got to keep your audience in mind, right? People, they enjoy a good appetizer, but they still want that 5-course meal, no matter where you're from. So
always,
that's pretty easy. Question 6, this is not even really a question, never was, never has been, never will be. Briefly discuss the future. Shout out to any bands or people, if applicable, that you think is just relevant to the here and now, right? After basically us concluding this conversation, other than another question.
Yeah, man. It's a great question. Like, I think after this conversation, it's definitely harder to give. I wish there were more bands that I could give shout out to for being so important in these categories. But like, man, all right, Bloodmouth from Australia, pretty pivotal for these kinds of things. I love what bands like, Face Cutter are doing, really fucking like dirty, not polished like To the Grave is. Like it's almost like they don't give a fuck if anybody goes, if anybody cares. It's like it's dirty and it's angry and it's offensive, and I love that. Like I wish more of that was appreciated. But that's, I think, like, man, To the Grave is always going to be looking at looking down the ladder at what's the scary thing coming behind us, not what's the cool thing in front of us. Like, what are these younger guys doing that it's fucking like crazy and cool, and like, can we get them involved with us and whatever? Like, I like that more than, yeah. So we're always going to be looking at hardcore and grind and shit like that to find little things to throw in the pot, and that's why I like this cycle. It feels like that more than ever, bro. And we're gonna double down, especially with with all our cremated equal. I'm glad that you've got because we have to talk about that when it comes out now. But it definitely hits on all that. Like,
oh my
a
God.
lot of this, you'll be like, oh my God, and we talked about that. Like,
we talked, dude. Yeah. And that's the thing. Moments like that, I kid you not. That's what makes me feel so important. And it feels like I've truly embedded myself in the scene without like being all clickbaity or leaking fucking album titles and shit. It's like, no.
Yeah.
We just happen to talk about that for a little bit, but those are really, really great moments. So I appreciate you for that.
Likewise,
so
Dave.
The final question for this interview, my friend, and this is a newer one. This is kind of, I would say, the most pressurous question. It's like, I don't know, man. Like it could be either that, oh, I don't know, or that, oh yeah, like this. So what band would you want to see on the Anatomy Crosscast in the future if you could choose one?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that. Okay.
He's like a theater. Like the first time I asked that, I'm like, this is such a fucking dick move. Like, who would you want to see on my show? Like,
no, I like that. I'd really like. The thing I've been on lately is the dudes from like Bound in Fear and Pintglass. Like, I would fucking love to hear more about that. I just like your way of fucking asking about shit. I don't know, that to me is just a vibe I've been on lately. If you can get Pintglass on, I know that's like fucking probably doable as well. That's like,
yeah, dude. If I can get, I've been wanting. Here's the thing too. I can easily say that throughout my 3 years of doing this, I have been an absolute undeniable simp for Unique Leader Records and every band that gets scooped onto there, only because from the very beginning, bands like Distant, bands like Signs of the Swarm, you guys, fucking Worm Shepherd, when they jumped on there, dude, I was in the forefront of them, like saying, yo, we're about to jump onto Unique Leader Records. That also happened with The Breathing Process, Awaken Providence. I wish I could say the same for Nithful, but that just hasn't happened yet. So, I mean, behind the scenes, people, I'll have you all know that I've been like really, really involved with most of the bands who have recently jumped on. And if nothing else, man, if I don't make a single goddamn cent from anything that I made, I am proud of that. So therefore, I'm proud to hear that, the Dane Evans from To the Grave would recommend that Bound in Fear or Pintglass get on this show. Because I think
Waking the Cadaver. If you can get Waking the Cadaver, bro, I'd watch the fuck out of it.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I might be getting Esophagus on, and Don's in that band too. So
gonna say, just make it. Yeah, that's sick. Just shut the door, and that's mad. I'm on 1%, bro. It'll die any second now. If it does, I love you, and I'll fucking talk to you when I just scared this will die. Like,
are you serious?
Yeah, like it's gone down to 1%. Like if I could fucking leave it on charge for a bit and then get some back, like I fucking on.
Yeah,
it's just a Zoom, man. It's Zoom and my fucking Samsung.
Fair enough. Well, I think that's actually a great way to go ahead and conclude the session. For a second, I thought you were talking about To the Grave and not your phone. I'm like, wait a minute, why are you saying that?
God, no, fuck.
Your phone.
I'm sorry, bro. We can even tee up another chat when I get my fucking shit together.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. We can go ahead and conclude the session now. Thank you everybody for listening to the Anatomy Crosscast, what will be episode 84, releasing this next Friday, people, alongside Everyone's a Murderer. It was a great honor and privilege to, again, go full circle with To the Grave, talk with them the way that I did, lyrically dissect this record. But this will be the end for now. I'm totally kidding.
Thank you all. I'm so sorry. I'm a fucking. It's always Australians and our fucking like internet and technologies. Years behind, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Dane. You're fine, bro. It's okay.
Thank you everybody for hanging out and chilling with us.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys next time. Later.
Later, Jim.